take my big long sword and shove it up your demon hole. And I don't use lube on demons.
Wait a minute. Can we talk about this? Can we talk about this a second? Wait a minute. Can we just, like, discuss it? Like, you know, civilized people? That's what I thought. I'll give you a tip. Don't ever stand in front of a dragon when he sneezes. He can't control his fire at that point. He will burn your ass. Take it from a dragon. I know. Whoa! Oh my god! Dude! What happened? Man, I don't know! Look up there! Where? Over there! I can't see it!
Right in the dick, right in the dick, right in the dick! Ha-ha! I'm good at shooting things in the dick. Don't ask me why. You think I wouldn't because of professional courtesy.
Well, stand right on your dick. I'm gonna jump on it. Jump on your dick. Jump on your dick. Jump on your dick. Jump on your dick. Is that good? Is that me? Am I gonna be chased down by some flaming guy? Thanks for the photo. You're gone. Like, it's quiet. Too quiet. Oh! Now it's far too loud. Far too loud. Only one hit. I can't fuck up now. Yes! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you, bitch! Fuck you, bitch! Fuck you, bitch! Yes! Shine a spotlight over. Take a flash. Okay, I turned my brain on.
How about now? Okay, I don't know why that setting got changed, but sorry about that. Let's start over. Everybody put your hands in the air and say, holy shit, yeah. Got to a great start after I got my streaming setup working again. So let me just say everything that I was just saying a minute ago. I do apologize, y'all, for that. I don't know why that setting was different, but it's fixed now. Woohoo! But hope y'all had a fantastic weekend. Hope y'all had a good week last week. As you can clearly tell, now that I've got it working, the streaming setup is back to its normal thing. I've got my webcam, I've got my layout and everything all up and ready to go. So we're all good on that front now. So everything's back to normal. I've got my commercials ready to go as well. And if you look in the your Crimstones, your channel points, you'll notice that the commercials are available to be selected once again. unlike they were last week when I was streaming straight from my PS5. So that all is solved. So today we're going to jump back into RPG Maker MV, the community project that we've all been kind of working on together. I've only done like a couple of streams of it, but I have been working on a little bit off stream, and I've been feeling really, really creative lately. So I really want to work on this. And I've also got some people who have been willing to do some voice acting for me, and if I could come up with a project and some ideas and some scripts. And I thought, why not just put them in the RPG that I'm making? I was thinking about maybe doing a machinima in like Halo or Destiny or something like that, but apparently don't need to do that. I've got RPG Maker, I can put voice actors there. It's going to be a lot more dialogue than probably what I had in mind, but maybe it's a good starting project, especially since I'm going to have the community involved. And of course, I need other help on the RPG Maker itself, because there's just some things that I don't have the talent for. So before I get too far into it, let me say hello to everybody who's in the chat. Pokeboy Joshy, thank you so much for being first in the chat and claiming first with your Crimstones. 20 Dragon Cookies to you for getting both of those. Enjoy them. Hi Josh, good to hi this Josh. Hi Josh, the pizza thrower, my mod. Good to see you, other Josh. Hey Kermie, how you doing? Believe John, is that your name? I apologize if I get your name wrong. I know who you are. Your Little Jalapenos friend, Jose's friend. But hello, how's everybody doing? Hope you all are doing well. Glad to have you all in here. Before I actually jump into the RPG Maker itself, I was trying to see if I could find a tile set for the for RPG Maker. Let me get to where I am now. Let me pull the system up here. All right, here we go. I don't know why it blinked for a second, but there we go. Right now we're looking at a giant water. Yeah, I know. What I've been working on, what I did off stream is I've added a few places. Actually, I think I've done quite a bit since the last stream. I've added a whole new dungeon to go through, a little bit more story, and I've added a couple of locales since the last time. So we should probably check that out. I probably could do like a run in the, and actually what I probably should do, to give you guys an idea of where I am, I should probably do like a fresh run, just a new playthrough, and kind of just lead up to where we are and see if I can, I'll have like a little notepad in case there's any errors I find along the way. Let me pull up the folder that I've got that in. Okay, there we go. Move that over here. Give me a new file here. All right. There we go. That way, if I see anything while I'm working on it, I can go ahead and type it up. All right. There we go. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and do a little run through of the game. This may take a couple hours to do because I've got probably about an hour of content actually done. So we're going to see how this plays. There it goes. There we go. Why is it? Wow, well, that's not right. I don't know why the new game was there. Hang on, is there? I think there's a bit of a delay. Hang on, let me see if I can refresh the capture real quick. Give me a second here. All right. Hopefully we should be good now. Yeah. Okay, we're good now. Okay, let me put I was testing something else, which is why that started there. So let me move the starting position of the player here. Here we go. Okay, now we should be able to test the game properly. Hey Timo, good to see you. Welcome to the show. Hope you're doing good. Thank you for shouting out Beano Josh. I appreciate that. I should probably make like female. Well, ignore the main character's appearance right here. It doesn't have to be there. I should probably try to see if I can make female characters for the for Zyfrisha's army, just so there's like some variation. I think I want to change that last line. Berries starting to weaken. I want to see that to starting to decay. I think that would be better. I don't know why he disappeared. He shouldn't have disappeared that quickly. I don't think. No, I don't think I want him to disappear so soon. So let me see. One. Let's see. Thank you for feeding Kai, Josh. We'll try to fix these little things along the way. Alright, back to this. Oh, that's the wrong one. There we go. Okay, also want to do something else that I just noticed. Set Urik's house map name to blank, because what happened, it was when we transported to Urik's house for that little cutscene there of Xavier talking to Urik, it actually said Urik's house when he teleported over, and I want that not to appear, so I need to fix that as well. Been a long time since I played it. So I played/worked on this. I forgot where I was going. Alright. Check the quest log. This is the one part I haven't disabled battles, or I have random battles in. So. find all the treasure chests either. I just need to get through this. Probably need to turn the game audio down. It's kind of loud. Hard to get a regular audio. Of the game, I mean, it's hard to get the sound effects, I'm trying to say. I can word, I promise. Bimo, since I got you in here, I wanted to, I was just telling everybody earlier that we were talking about projects we wanted to try to do some voice acting in, and that Choco King also mentioned it. And I was talking about how I was going to like do some complicated projects, or not complicated, but like do some kind of like machinima kind of project to do our our voice acting project in, and I thought, well, I'm already making an RPG, so why don't I just do that? Have that be our voice acting project. I don't have to worry about trying to come up with any complicated recording patterns or anything. I can do most of it myself. I mean, I would like some help with map making, because my map making is so terrible. Synergy in here to get some power going on the mill and get more damage output here. That battle took a little bit, didn't it? No. Here. Been a long time since I made this map, y'all. I don't remember where I need to go. Empower stacks twice. Target the same point. Oh, that's good. make a new save file. Start it at 1, I guess. Okay. Actually, I should probably grind a little bit because I remember that this boss that I put here is a little bit difficult to do at level 1 or level 2. Yeah, a little difficult to beat at level 1. Is what I'm trying to say. Best class you like in Final Fantasy 13? Probably would have to say the Commando, actually. So that's typically what I like to do is I like to control lightning. I like controlling lightning. That way I can pretty much just have to focus on my offensive abilities. I can leave the AI to control the defense, or the defense and the healing. Healing and buffing is what I'm trying to say. Have a medic and usually like a synergist or a saboteur in the party to do all the buffing and debuffing while I focus on building up the chain gauge as much as possible with the commando, or delaying the drain of the gauge. We know how the audio is, everybody. If the game is too loud or if I'm too soft, I can always adjust them. Oh, nice. That's critical and even on this. Ooh, good damage. That was just one buff. With 2 buffs, any of these the scrappers can one-shot the spiders. What about you, Josh? What's your preferred? Okay, C-slashes are necessary here. A little bit of overkill. One thing I want to mention about this real quick while I'm sitting here grinding. Did I make level 2? No, not yet. What I want to do is I want to actually make multiple RPGs. I don't want to just make this one game. And I've talked about it before. And actually heal there. I've talked about it before, wanting to make this be like my test, get a grip on the system, and then make the story that I really wanted to write. Well, I've been thinking more and more lately about more stories that I wanted to write, and I'm wanting to make this like a sort of Avengers Marvel Cinematic Universe kind of thing. Not to like not with the same story or anything like that, but with the same concept of like you get the origin stories of all the heroes in their own movies, like Iron Man and Captain America and so forth, and then they bring them all together for the Avengers movies. Well, I'm thinking about doing something similar to that with a series of games. I don't know how many I want to make right now, as far as like what as many as I want to do for this, this. I don't know what you want to call it, crossover. Would you call Avengers a crossover kind of thing? I mean, it's all one universe. I don't know what you'd want to describe it as, but I want to make like multiple games, and then I want to have like a penultimate, or not really penultimate, but like an ultimate game where characters from each of those games come together for a similar cause. Like I said, kind of like Avengers, or sort of like Dissidia did for the Final Fantasy series. Obviously, it's going to be all RPGs. I'm not going to do like Dissidia and make it a fighting game. That wouldn't make sense for what I want to do. But just have like each of their own each of these own worlds have their own story, have their own villains and all that. In all, I'll just pick just for now. Let's just say 5 games. Just make up a number for now. In 5 games, and then have a Avengers or a Dissidia type game where some characters from each of those 5 games meet each other and come together to take on a single task that threatens everybody's world. So I guess in some ways you can sort of say Kingdom Hearts like as well. Just a little more involvement than the Kingdom Hearts, than the Disney characters have in Kingdom Hearts. Whereas the Disney characters, they really they don't help out with anything outside their own world. Like you don't see the Beast go to Disney Castle, or you don't see Peter Pan go to Agrabah or anything like that. They stay in their own world. But I don't want to do that. I want to take everybody and go to a completely separate world, universe, not really universe, but world locations, and deal with a threat from a single source that threatens all of their worlds. So it's all a connected universe. So that's what I really want to do, and I'm thinking about calling it that way. All these particular games are in this universe. I wanted to call it something like the Crimson Chronicles, or the Dragon Chronicles, or Chronicles of the Dragon, or something like that. And I wanted to know what you all thought of that idea. I know that's very ambitious. I know that's a very large undertaking because of what just like the description. I mean, of this game that I'm working on right here, I've got about an hour's worth of content. I've been working on this particular project for a couple of years. Granted, I haven't been working on it every day consistently for a couple of years, but I have had this in my possession and been kind of dabbling in it for a couple of years now. And that other big story that I've been talking about, which I want to put in that universe as well, is a story I've been working on since I was 13. So I've been writing it and touching it up, and occasionally making it into a book or into a video game for 24 years, give or take. 13, for 24 years. So for a quarter century almost, I've been working on this one story that I want to do. So I really would like to. Maybe a little too go. No, we were really close. I really would like to do that. I'd like to turn this project into multiple games in one universe. And I really, really, really would like y'all's help. I really would. I would like y'all to be here to, here in the stream to give me ideas about what, I don't mean story. I mean, big gifts of story tips, but development ideas for. I'm willing to listen to just about anything. Not a whole lot of story stuff because I kind of know what I want to do for story. But especially the development process, and people who have knowledge of how to use this program and really make some good things from it. Even if there's some people out there willing to help that have artistic abilities that want to draw something or make something, an animation or whatever, and put in the game, I will gladly give you credit. Now just keep in mind that this whole idea, at least this game, I probably will do it for every one of them, because I can't really imagine a scenario where I would do it any other way. But I want, this is going to have to be a free thing. I don't know how I would make this project or these projects / overall umbrella project. I don't know how to. I don't know how to make this a paid thing, but because I do, because the games that you make in RPG Maker, you can sell on Steam. You can actually go up here, right here in the file section, and you can go Steam Management. You can actually, upload it to Steam, and people can buy your game. You'd actually get money for it, and it's completely legal to do because the programmers allow you to do that. I need to fix that too. I see a little error in the map. Hold on, I just see that. I want to throw this out there real quick. Corner of on Malthea Woods near waterfall needs fixing. All right, we refresh the browse this thing again. There we go. That should be fixed. Yeah, there we go. That's mostly fixed. But this is going to be a free thing, so anybody who is willing to help is going to have to do so, you know, on their own time. I'm not going to be able to pay them anything, obviously, for their help, their ideas, their contributions to it, whatever. Because I'm just not going to. I don't know really how to distribute this properly in a manner to actually make money off of it. And if I was going to do that, I would obviously do something that would be more, that would be much better looking. Get somebody to that actually can custom make like all the maps, all the characters, all the animations, you know, that kind of thing. Whereas all this is I'm doing pretty much from all the assets in game and what free assets I can find on the internet. And I really would like this kind of idea to succeed. I made it a little too so heavy. Actually, we're going to just... And I know I want to use the... I've been wanting to do this for a while, but I also like to stream. And I thought, okay, well, I can't do both things at once. I can't make a game. I can't make a game and stream and also have a relationship. So, you know, it's just not really plausible. It's not really feasible. So, you know, I thought, well, let me just mix the game making and the streaming together because, you know, why not? He only had like 1 HP left. Bimo, are you still in here? gotta try to remember that I have this quest list. I gotta set that up every time. Drop a save. Manual save here. Okay. I think I have the... There's no more random battles here because it's only in that first forest area where all the random battles are for now. Can't get by this. Okay, good. I don't want to be able to. At least I remember to make that trigger correct. Okay. Is this the bar? Why does the shadow look funny? Oh, I know why the shadow looks funny. Okay. I need... drink. I guess I can stay that way. It's not really a rock slide that's stopping it. It's the fallen tree, but I guess that's okay. I have programmed a friendship slash romance system, sort of. It is going to be based on how you interact with a couple of the characters. And it's going to result in a rather important event happening later in the game. At least that's my plan for it. I ain't worried about actually getting anything because there's nothing going on. don't remember where I'm going. These maps just look so bland and bad to me. Oh, that's a dead end. I know that I wanted to say this. I was talking about wanting some help, and I really do want want some help with something like this. And I'm trying not to let it get to me, but it is a concern that I have, which I think it's valid. But getting so many people to help, they'll eventually, they're going to learn the story, obviously, because I made it and everything, and they're going to be involved in it. They're going to hear about it. They're going to know about it. But I worry that somebody that gets involved is going to take the story and, with more development skills and stuff, take advantage of it. You know what I mean? I mean, if the story is good, I don't know if it's a good story. I could just be totally fluffing my own ego here and saying this is a good story. It could be picked up by somebody too. They could steal my ideas. I mean, it may not be. The stories that I want to write may not be that good. But in case they are, I worry that could be a potential issue. But that's just something I have to deal with because I can't do this on my own. And I know that's all me. It's all trust issues that I have. I am very self-aware that I have trust issues with people in general. I mean, it takes a lot for me to call somebody a friend, to trust somebody completely. And, because like I'm sure everybody else has, I've been lied to, betrayed, let down. So I know I'm nothing special on that front. This is the route. This might be the route. I actually can't remember. I made this shit so long ago. I don't remember. I think this is the right path. Fuck. Excuse me. Sorry about that. This should lead to a boss room. Yeah, okay. There's a boss fight here. That's true, Xander. By the way, thank you. Welcome in. Glad to see your first-time chatter. Glad to have you in here. Welcome to the show. And I totally agree. Everyone has been lied to and been betrayed and let down and all that. You're absolutely right. That's why I said I know I'm nothing special in that front. I know that what's happened to me is no different than anybody else. It's going to feel worse to me than anybody else because I don't feel the way they do when they've been lied to or they've been betrayed or let down. So trust issues are a thing, for everybody. It's just what degree that you have them, and if you let them interfere with your life. And it's difficult for me to say. Or let me just put it like this: I would be lying if I said that my trust issues haven't gotten in the way of my relationships with people, with my social skills and so forth. So that's true. Some lies are true, others get harder than the bullet. Absolutely, that is completely true. That's completely true. I mean, and I could tell you stories of some of those some of those things that have scarred me in such bad ways that I feel is, some would probably say, I've got a worse story than that, that kind of thing. I don't mean to be one of those kind of people to say my story's worse than yours or compare them or anything like that. But it's just, there's, everybody has those kind of stories, and like you said, it's all about we take it from there, and it's what I'm trying to be more open about it, especially with something like this, where no matter how much I would like to do this on my own, I know that I can't. I would really like to be able to say, there is I'm sure there's plenty of other games like this, but there's a game that some of you might have heard about called, I think it's called Ori and the Blind Forest, or Ari, I think it's Ori and the Blind Forest. From what I heard, one person made everything. The visuals, the audio, the animations, everything was made by one person. I would like to say that I want to do that for these projects that I want to make in RPG Maker and all that. But I also know that I can't, because I don't have all the talent that I need. I feel like I can write a good story. I know how to do the eventing in this game. I know that I can sort of do some animations. But as far as map making, my inside, like house kind of map making is kind of okay. But my world maps, my city maps, my villages and all that stuff, my dungeons and all that, I feel are very bad. And that's where I feel I need somebody else with more talent to make something like that. And where that whole trust issue comes in, as I was just saying, is I worry that by exposing somebody else to my stories that I want to make in this, somebody could take it and make their own story, be more successful with it, and say, hey, this is mine, and they make a bunch of money off of it. I mean, while I'm sitting here going, but that's mine, and there's not a damn thing I can do about it because there's no legalities behind it. There's always someone who has it worse. Absolutely. There's always, no matter, especially from their perspective. What I think may be bad, what I think, whatever happened to me, whatever I was lied to or betrayed or whatever, I may say that it's worse than your story or his story or her story. I may feel it's worse than everybody's, but it's going to be all a matter of perspective. Their story, like from a third person perspective, they may say that Sarah's story is worse or Jim's story is worse. I'm just making up names here. But to me, my story is going to be worse than all of theirs because it's all a matter of perspective, because it happened to me. What happened to Sarah happened to her. What happened to Jim happened to him. And he's going to feel it's worse than my story because it happened to him. I don't have his perspective. Now they can compare and say, and relate and say, oh yeah, what happened to me was very similar to what you said, blah, 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 blah. They can relate, but you're never going to feel this exact same way they do because you didn't experience it, because you are not them. And unless you were actually there in their lives, you weren't in that part of their life. They weren't in their lives, so you don't even know. You're hearing it from their perspective. You don't know about the other people that were involved in whatever they're talking about, so you don't know exactly all the details other than what they tell you, unless you're actually there in their lives at that point. And even then, you're still not going to feel the same perspective because you're not that person. Way ahead of me in terms of progress, so I do better than me in that area. Well, I appreciate the compliment. I feel that what I'm making as far as the maps are very rudimentary. I know we're talking about a bunch of different subjects here, but welcome to my stream where I talk about a bunch of random different shit. This is what I do. This is what I would like to do. This is what I like to just talk, and the game is kind of second nature or second hand to what I want to discuss. But in the game, in what I'm making here, what I'm making on these maps is very kind of just rudimentary. A place something I can actually just I throw down kind of in a rush because I'm not really skilled with it. Thank you, by the way, for that follow. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you. I don't know why I said it twice. Thank you very, very much for that follow, Xander. Greatly appreciated. Welcome officially to the Dragon Slayer. I make these maps kind of, I don't want to say in a rush, but I just kind of like throw them together haphazardly, sort of, just so I have like a base to like polish up later. And so they're very rudimentary, very basic in their design. Like take a look at this one right here. This location for this event where Yurik and Serena are having this conversation. It's just a square. It's a snowy square with rocks, 2 tents, and a flame. And that's it. That's all there is to it. Now, for this kind of scene, is there any more that really needs to be added to it? Probably not. But I would really like somebody who has map-making talent, whether it be in this RPG Maker or any RPG Maker, or just the ability to be more creative with this type of thing, to come in and take my rudimentary maps and make them look good. Make them look like something close to a Final Fantasy level of quality. And I'm talking about like the previous, the 2D, you know, like SNES, Final Fantasy 6, Final Fantasy 5, Chrono Trigger, you know, the Super NES era sort of JRPGs. That's what I really would like to have. Normally I wait a few hours for following with the 5 Seagal use this awesome guy, follow immediately. Xander, that is probably one of the kindest things I've heard in my stream in a very long time. Thank you very much. It is greatly appreciated. Very, very complimentary. I'm very complimented. Thank you very, very much for that. Kind of blushing a little. It's very nice of you to say. But yeah, I need to take that trust issue and push it aside and bring in people that I don't entirely know to help me work on this project. Now, as far as the voice acting that I want to do it. I can get my friend Shannon to do it. I'm pretty sure, I know BMO wants to help. I might be able to get BMO's husband to help do like voice lines. I could probably get Little Jalapeno to help. So that's 5 people I can think of just off the top of my head. Choco Kings has mentioned he wanted to help, so I've got 6 people that I could possibly get to help me do the voice acting for this, and I really would like to do that. And I know that the problem with doing that is in an RPG like this is there's going to be such a wide range of characters. And I don't mean like it just the NPCs or just the main characters and the villains and all that. I don't mean specifically them. I mean like just all the characters that are going to appear in an RPG. NPCs, side characters that are not really NPCs nor are they main characters, like the soldiers of the enemy, you know, the villains' army is what I should be trying to say. Sometimes I can't word. There's a term you'll hear in this stream a lot that I say whenever I fuck up my words. It goes, words is heard. And it's spelled WERDSIZHERD. Words is heard. It's like, I'll start talking, and then I just like, I like have a mini stroke, and I just go, but yeah, that's, I would like to, so what I'm thinking about doing as far as that goes is limit the voice acting to critical points. Don't make an NPC have a voice. If there's like a scene that really isn't crucial to the plot, just kind of a couple of characters, even if it's a couple of main characters talking, don't have voice acting for that. But moreover, I think I would rather, there you go, Josh, thank you. It's also an emote, by the way, as well. So if you're a subscriber, you can check out that emote. I have like 3 emotes right now. Maybe for like, sort of like Final Fantasy X. Actually, every character in Final Fantasy X had a voice, didn't it? Yeah, even well, not every side character, but most of the side characters did. What was an RPG that had? Oh, Xenosaga. Xenosaga had voice acting during cutscenes, but outside of cutscenes, the main characters talk to each other only in text. I would rather do more of a Final Fantasy X sort of thing, where anytime the main characters are talking, whether it's to each other in an important scene or not in an important scene, I would rather they have a voice. Now, NPCs don't need a voice. If you're just passing through a village, you want to talk to NPCs to get some backstory, because I do want to make quality NPCs with good backstory, they don't need to have a voice. I can do voice acting, but can't do that many. Oh, I don't, yeah, that's because of the wide variety of characters that can be in an RPG, that's why I think I don't need to have every character have a voice. Just limit them to the main characters. and maybe like an occasional side character that's an important plot point or something, that if it's a character, a side character that you're only going to see for a little bit of time, somebody who's voicing a main character can, if they can modify their voice a little bit, can branch off and do that one line or that few lines, and then go back to their main character. So, Xander, tell me about yourself. What are you say you're working on your own RPG? But like you, I don't know if you're in areas I am struggling. It's just that I've only got about an hour of game time made, and again, that's all. That's strictly running through it. There's no random battles except for like the very first area. So outside of that, there's no random battles. So I'm kind of like sort of rushing, sort of speed running through the game. I've only got about an hour made. That's about it. Let me refresh the stream. Let me not refresh the stream, but let me refresh that box over there again. I don't know why, but occasionally my video just starts like lagging a little bit. Not the whole stream, but just that video over there. I don't know why that happens. Oh, there's this. And I think I'm good at cutscenes. I think the dialogue is pretty decent. I just need map making help primarily. As far as the battle stuff, that's something that's really kind of on the back burner. I want to make all the maps and the routing and all the characters and all the events and stuff, and then I can go back and add the battles in the areas that I want them to be. It's not really that critical because during these test runs, I want to get from point A to point B and make sure all the events are running properly, all the NPCs are saying the right thing, conversations between characters are happening properly, if there's movement in the cutscene and all that stuff. I try to have cutscenes I want to make like actual, not FMV, like, Final Fantasy VII quality cutscenes, but not just like two characters standing there talking and spouting 15, 20, 30 lines of dialogue. I want to have like maybe characters like walking around the room as they're talking, turn around to the character they're talking to, turn away for a moment, walk over toward a window. I want it to be kind of a cinematic thing. And I feel that I can do that well and express the character's feelings the best way. I feel I can do that part of it. But obviously I can do only a few small voices. I can't really do anything that amazing either. I wonder if I should make that an area I can't go to yet. Because we shouldn't be going there yet. Let me do that. Let me add that to the list. Make Dishal Canyon area inaccessible until meeting the underground. I'm still up at the end while calling that thing the underground. Choco, how you doing? Welcome to the show. I was just talking about you, my friend. I was just saying to Xander here, our newest follower, that I've been wanting to get I've been wanting to do some voice acting projects with you and with BMO and all that other stuff, with all those other people. And I was trying to like come up with some like machinima kind of thing I wanted to make, sort of like Red versus Blue. But then I thought, wait a minute, I've already got a project I'm making that I can put voice acting in. This, and I can, this is perfect for it. So it can save me the trouble. One goofy flaw with me, I have trouble coming up with stuff for my work. But as soon as I see someone else's work, suddenly I'm overflowing with ideas. And that's kind of my thing. I actually haven't touched this project in. I just moved back to Texas in November of 2021, and so I haven't touched this project since before I moved back to Texas. So it's been a few months, obviously. But I would listen to like YouTubers playing Final Fantasy 7, 8, whatever, or other Chrono Trigger, whatever. I just like listen to their Let's Plays, and it would kind of start giving me inspiration and incentive to start working on one of these projects again. And that's why I decided to do that for this stream. But yeah, Choco, I want to bring you in and not only just have your help with the map making, which you said you might have some ideas on that, which I'm more than happy to listen to, but also you mentioned wanting to do some voice acting, and I think this is the great thing to do it with. I've already got the characters made. I just don't know who I want to put where. I sort of do, but I sort of don't. Wow, this is really dark. Alright, I need to fix that. There. Alright, let me add that to the list. What's this area called? Don't have a name for it, but whatever. You know, I know this. I know the town. Underground town. Bring up lighting. That's really dark. Okay, Josh, sounds good. I have the concept for my game, what players can do, what mechanics I want to implement, but in terms of plot, direction, characters, quest goals, not a clue. As far as that goes, that pretty much the outline of the story has already been written. In fact, you see this notepad right here. Let me go full screen here for a second. You see this notepad right here. This notepad, I have two exactly like this, that is full of notes just for this game. That's how much I've got packed into what I have in mind for just this story, for just this game here. And again, it's just outlines. It's not like a full script or anything. Otherwise, there'd probably be like 10 of these books. But I have two that's just like outlines of this game alone. And I have probably at least half a dozen other notebooks like this that are filled with ideas for the other games that I want to make in this giant connected universe. I don't think you were in here yet, Xander. Choco, you would probably be able to help out with this as well. I want to make like a Avengers type Marvel Cinematic Universe kind of thing, where I have 5 or 6. You know, the number of worlds, the number of stories doesn't matter, but I want to have a number of stories that are their own stories with their own characters and their own motivations and their own villains and all that stuff. But I want to take characters from each one of those worlds and make them all get together for one large goal that affects all of their worlds. So you got again, using the Avengers as an example, you've got Iron Man with his story, Captain America with his story, so on and so forth. All the heroes of their own origin stories, and then they all get together in the Avengers movies and they do their thing that threatens all of their collective, lives and existences and stuff in the world. I want to do that with these stories. I want to have all these worlds, and they all have something in them that, unknowing to the characters at the time, connects them all together. And then some of those characters that can pick and choose out of those games, they all come together to stand up against an ultimate villain that their plans are threatening all of their worlds. And they stop that, and that's the whole thing that I want to put together. I know that's a very large and ambitious goal, but that's what I have in mind. That's what I really want to do with these stories. D&D game, chapter worth of character lore. Well, I'm kind of going on a sort of like Final Fantasy. My basis for the game's design is closer to Final Fantasy or Chrono Trigger. I actually haven't played Suikoden. I actually have not played that. I really should. There's a number of older RPGs that I haven't gotten into that I really want to do. Pretty much my experience in JRPGs starts from Final Fantasy VII, and it's not the Final Fantasy VII from the original PlayStation era. It was when Final Fantasy VII became I don't know why I got so many burps, came out on PC. So it's from that point that all my experience in RPGs is from. Now I have played some games prior to Final Fantasy VII. I have played Final Fantasies 1, 2, and some of 3, and I've played Chrono Trigger and a little bit of 6. But there are games outside of the Final Fantasy bubble that I have not touched that I really would like to. So if that whole idea behind the multiple universe thing, the multiple worlds thing, combining together and all being in one connected universe, if that's a Suikoden thing, that's completely accidental because I had no idea. and I already know, like, for the most part in this game, which one of the main characters I'm going to voice. And it's probably going to be this guy here, Baron. Older guy, gruffier voice. I can give him kind of a gruffy voice. I feel that this is the character I would probably play. Even though I'm making the game, I don't want to voice this main character because this is not really the character that I think would fit me as far as my personality and as far as the, just the overall, basically it's his personality. The personality of the main character, Yurik, is really not my personality. The personality for me personally is going to be in a completely different game. Thank you for the follow. Where's the name? Asana? Is that how you pronounce that? Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Dragons there. Thank you also for being first time chatter. Great to have you in here. Welcome in. Great project ideas. I'm in. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I will definitely add you to the list of folks. Let me catch up on what Xander said about Suikoden. You pick one of 3 different characters to start, beat their story. You pick one of the other 2, repeat, and eventually all come together as they all deal with the same overarching villains. I see your point there. It sounds very similar to, at least what I've experienced, Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep. You've got, it's a little bit different because they all kind of start together, but you got Ventus, Aqua, and Terra, and they all do their own thing, occasionally crossing over to discuss, to deal with things amongst themselves, and occasionally like fight together, and they branch back off into their own stories together, all coming back together at the end to, spoilers by the way, if you haven't played Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep, a game that's like a decade old, they'll come together to fight Xehanort and the 13 Darknesses. Or the start of the 13, or the 7 Darknesses, whichever one it is. It's been a while. But it sounds similar the way you describe it to that. Only bit that's frustrating as hell is the war sequences in the game. You can't control what they do. That sounds like a bit like kind of a mini game kind of thing. I'm not really sure. But I don't know how far I want to go with that. But yeah, I'm thinking about just leaving the voice acting to just important characters, just the main characters, villains, and occasionally a side character. Asaru, what experience do you have in RPG Maker MV? Because I'm looking for some help in the game, as far as like the production aspect and stuff. This character is going to be a little bit harder for me to find a voice for, unless I can just, from the people that I know, this is an older lady, obviously, so I'd want somebody with an older female raspy voice. Raspy voice. I just don't know who I would, get for that, because I don't know anybody old enough to pull that off. But in maps that you made, looks like 100 plus to me. As far as like overall in the game, I've made quite a few. Yeah, it's really. I've only got like I think maybe 4 to 6 like locations, but I also have like a hotel where you go into, you have the lobby area, then you have like multiple rooms of there are multiple hotel rooms, little things like that. So yeah, I have a lot of maps, but many of them are pretty much just duplicates because they're like one room of a hotel that I've just copied multiple times. I started when MZ got released. MZ and MV are the same. Okay, yeah, I saw MZ come out, and I had already started working on this project on MV. My experience in RPG Maker actually started back with RPG Maker 98. But I've never really done much as far as using them for a long period of time. And then I would just like stop working on the project and go do something else. And when I come back to start working on the project again, there's a new RPG Maker out, and I'm like, okay, I'll try this new one because it looks better. It has easier systems, and it was usually like that was like RPG Maker 2000. And so I would work on it a while, then I'd stop working on it, go do something else. I'd come back. Oh look, here's RPG Maker XP. All right, well I'll working on this one. And so when I discovered I wanted to make another RPG, I was like, okay, you know what? I'm gonna go with what's new right now. It's gonna have the best systems and everything. I'm gonna go with what I have. I'm gonna make a game in this engine. It's not going to be the game that the main story that I want to make. It's going to be like a smaller side story, or not like a side story, but it's going to be a different story, one that I can use to gain experience in how to use the engine. And then the main story that I want to make that will come second because I'll already have my experience from making the first game. MZ and MV are not the same. MZ is layering, MV doesn't have that. Okay, well. A lot of free plugins with MV. Yeah, I've got a substantial, I don't want to say substantial, I've got probably close to 10 maybe different plugins that I'm using for this game. Specifically things that I just think would make it a little bit of a cleaner experience. The characters have like a small animation in battle where they're kind of like going up and down like this. It just makes it look like they're breathing. Gives them a little more animation, even though there's just a static image. The Uber message? What do you mean? Talking about YouTube? I don't know what you mean. Yeah, there's that. I've got like a quest system. So in case the player decides to take a break from the game or whatever, and then come back to the game, then we're not going to be lost. Because that's one personal thing that I've had an issue with. Oh, I see now. Sorry, I didn't see that message. Is if I step away from a game for whatever reason, and I come back to it and I'm going, what was I doing? I hate that idea. I mean, it's an older game thing, so it's not really a problem in newer games nowadays, because pretty much they all have a data log or one of those, like in Final Fantasy 13, when you load up the game when you load a save, it says like, sort of like last time on Dragon Ball Z, but it's like the story so far in Final Fantasy 13 telling you what's happened up to that point that you're at. And I kind of like having something similar to that in the games that I'm going to make, just in case of that reason. Or if you're just lost while playing the game, you can at least look and see what you need to do. One battle, Uber deflected a crossbow bolt at point blank range and killed the character with the crossbow in one hit. Wow. Yeah. So the big thing I want to work on, that I want help with, is map making primarily, Asamu. The maps I make. Okay, this is where I want to make sure that it's fixed. Okay, this is plenty bright, so that's fine. But when I go out later, I need to make sure to remember that it's dark. When you go out of the cavern, you need to make sure that it's dark outside, but lit in here. The war sequence. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, that sounds like a pain. Okay, things are doing fine. As you can kind of see, I can go ahead and throw down a save here to show you, like, my map making. I feel is just absolutely awful. Close the game. We'll go to that map that we're in right now. Here we go. If I zoom it out here, you can see, let me turn that off. You can see it's just a very basic design. It's very narrow pathways here. You got one big building here that you can't really go into. It's really just taking up space to make the area feel like it's more full. You have this building up here, which is supposed to have some story later, but it's really just a tiny little room with some pipes in it. The shops are over here in this corner here, again just filling up space. You've got a hotel and shops down here. You got like houses here, again just kind of filling up space. There's not a lot here that I feel makes this a quality area. This is just, it's just here. So I feel I can make rudimentary maps, basic maps, and then have somebody come in and spruce it up, make it look good, make it look like, the examples I was using earlier, Final Fantasy VI, Chrono Trigger, something like that. Other reason it's frustrating, you have to gather all 119 characters, and you have to win the last 4 seasons with 0 losses. 119 characters. God damn, that is a lot. And I haven't played Chrono Cross yet, but Chrono Cross has 40, and I can't imagine having to play with that many. I know you can't get them all in one playthrough, but holy Jesus, that's a lot. I thought Final Fantasy VII having 9 characters was a lot. Phew. It's meant to be, yeah. It's like it's in a cavern. The entire town is built underneath into a cliffside. It's underneath a snowy mountain. Okay, why did I just walk right past her? Is the trigger not set properly? The trigger's not set properly. Hang on, that's not right. Where's the trigger? That's weird. Supposed to be a trigger here. Oh, I know what the issue is. This is the trigger. Yeah, that's the trigger. Okay, so that was the problem. Is in that just now in that scene, this NPC was here and Yurik was standing here. So when the conversation was over, he's supposed to walk away from her, touch this trigger, and talk to Serena to begin the cutscene. But because he was here after talking to her, the trigger was here, so I walked past it. So where can I put it to where it'll trigger every time, regardless? I guess I can put it here because it's just a teleport scene, right? Yeah, it's a teleport, so I can put it here and here, and no matter where he goes, wherever the player goes, he'll trigger right here. So yeah, okay, that's fine. There we go. Fix that little bug. All right, here we go. Go back into it. Yeah, it's what it's meant to be. I didn't mean to take a screenshot. All right, continue. That's how it's supposed to be. Now the characters that I made here, I used using the character creator, so the actual in-engine character creator. So a lot of it is again very basic designs. I do like how they came out, how they appeared. Now they're how it came out when I put all the palettes together. But it's still all in-engine assets. There's the quest log. Make sure everything's still good there. Completed. Okay, still trying. Yeah, locating an else. What we're still trying to do. And then we just got told by Serena to head to the Deshal Forest and find out why there's an increase in creatures. Okay. Yeah, this is the exit to the town, and here this is the entrance to the cavern. So as you can see, it's supposed to be like built into a cliff. They tunneled out a large area inside a cliff, and there it is. Yes and no. Like I was saying, Xander, the characters I made using the character creator in the engine of that MV has, but I didn't hand draw any of these. And as far as in any other assets, they're either from the game's engine, or a few of the resources like animations I purchased from Steam, like DLCs, mostly the battle animations. You can search for more hair and skin color of your character generator and everything. It's just a good thing to have. Yeah, I've done some searching. I haven't spent much time as far as actually taking them and putting them into the game. I know I probably should do that. And here's the Deshal Cavern, or the forest. When you go down, so I remember where I put it. Here's kind of like a dungeon / area. It's a forest, And again, it's pretty much just trees on snow with pathing. Need some red character skins because I had erased a book. Oh, okay. Well, I know you can actually change the color of the skin in the character creator. Yeah, I should try to like look for some free assets. I've got to try to... I want to make sure, though, that any assets that I do get online are completely free and allowed to be redistributed. I'm a stickler for the rules, so I try really hard not to take somebody's assets, put them in my game, and then distribute them, and then have to deal with any backlash from, hey, that picture of that character or that tree or whatever, that came from my image, blah, 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 blah. You know, granted, this is all going to be a free project because I don't know exactly how to make this a profitable thing, how to actually sell the game or games that I plan to make. I just don't want any backlash from anybody claiming that I put something in their game without their permission. And I know there are royalty-free assets that I can be getting. I'm kind of paranoid and cautious, extra cautious about that kind of stuff. You can see how the design of the area here, it's all very square, and the paths are just... To me, it's not very... I don't know, I can't really... Not very elaborate, not very detailed. Again, just the only word I can put on it is very basic. It's a very basic design. Oh, here we go. Most are available both non and commercial use. And see, the music I'm also getting, it's music it's royalty free, but it comes from, what is the gentleman's name? Kevin MacLeod's website. So I think it's, I'm blanking on his website, but I have every time I download a song from his site to put in my game, I have a text file in my folder that anytime I download his music, I put it in the credit. I credit him in that file. So when I finally do make the credit scene, he will get credited in the game. So you've used Kevin's songs too. Okay, so you're familiar with what I'm talking about. Is this not the right? Oh yeah, I gotta go up here. Oh, here we go. I need to grab this. I remember how to play my game and the puzzles that I made. Yeah, I think I know, by frame, I think I know what you mean. Okay, why can't I go past this one? I made these puzzles a long time ago. I don't remember how to solve them. I'm a doofus. Okay, well, there's the path out. Use the dreadful tunnel scheme of this game. I don't know all of his music by name. This is another one. I think it's I'm actually remembering the website now. I think it's incompetech.com or something like that. But you're familiar with who I'm talking about, so yeah. I've seen much of his stuff on YouTube, in the YouTube audio library, and then I found his website. I'm just like, well, I'm just going to go from here because this is much easier. So yeah, I think my idea here is just go with the rudimentary maps that I make, and then have somebody come in after me and spruce it up, make it look good. That sounds interesting. Alright, let's see, up or down? I gotta think down's the right way. And again, I have no random battle set for this, so it's gonna be, I'll do all that at a later time. This is the sliding puzzle. Okay, see, that's what I'm worried about with the idea of my that whole thing I was saying about, like the multiple universe thing, is all these stories that I want to make. They're going to take a long time to make, and then I got to make the ultimate one that includes all those worlds combined. So, you know, I think it can be done. I just don't know that I have the time to do so because of all that I have to do. I have a 40-hour, well, more than 40-hour week job. You like the puzzle? Thank you. It was one that took me quite a bit to try to figure out how to make it work properly. A 40-hour week job. I stream, which I don't always stream making this. I stream, lots of video games and other stuff, and I do podcasts and all that. And relationship, obviously, that's a commitment as well. So, but if I have help with some of these kind of things, it will give me more incentive to work on it more. Maybe even stream this a lot more, and maybe I'll actually get somewhere with it. That was very rude. Music is louder than me? Okay. Let me just adjust this here. I'll turn this down here. Is that better? I better turn them all down just in case. Is that better? I apologize for that. The audio in my headphones is different than what you guys hear, so I don't know for sure what's loud and what's not. Alright, I'm missing a puzzle somewhere. Is it this cat? No. Wait, is it this? No. This isn't it. Oh, I know, it's these things. Okay. Is it sad that I forgot my own puzzles? Mobile RPG with management elements. But what kind of management elements? What are we talking about? This is the second area, I think. Turned up a little much in my headphones. Ow, that was loud. I think this is it. Oh, nope. Dead end. What was it? Oh. This one? Oh, that's dead end. Maybe here? Gotta let off the shift key every once in a while. Okay. I think this is the right way. I'm a goof. Let me do that. my friend from the UK was asking me a question. Let's see. Is that supposed to have a trigger? That's probably supposed to have a trigger somewhere. Where is that supposed to go? I mean, I have a trigger set. Hang on. Hang on a sec. I'll be that just a second. I need to find this. Final Ice Cave. No. Southern Deshal. Ice Cavern Part 2. There it is. Okay. It's supposed to lead out here somewhere. I don't actually know where that's supposed to go. Maybe that's not supposed to go anywhere. Maybe that needs to be in exit. Or that's supposed to be an exit. Yeah, I'm not really sure what I had in mind for that part. Because the exit to the area is down here. Huh. Alright, well, I'll worry about it later. Maybe I'll figure it out later. Hire guards, pay for their equipment, pay of course, training, maintenance. So a lot of micromanaging. Okay, I see what you mean. Alright, or not a lot, but... That sounds really detailed. Come on. The Lord of the Belmont region is responsible for taxation, protects around 30 towns. So you're playing as you're not playing as like just any type of like, you know, hero character like say Terra or Cloud or somebody like that. You're actually playing like a leader of an army. Or leader of a people, not just a character who's really off on their own adventure doing their own thing. That's an interesting twist I hadn't thought about. This is a cutscene here. That's a placeholder for my boss here. Oh, wow. Oh, placeholder. Yeah, I've got to put a backdrop. I've got to put enemies, the boss enemy in there. Friend's got a bad headache. I'm trying to help her with it. Well, it sounds like you have some semblance of story there. I mean, it kind of sounds. I mean, okay, I guess it doesn't. I was going to say it sounds kind of like the noble, the human noble from Dragon Age Origins, but that's not really true either because the family was good. It was a good family. You grew up wealthy, but you grew up with a family that knew what they were doing. Where it sounds like your character's family didn't. A lot of the ideas that I have for the stories, especially in I want to keep calling the big story, which is the one that I've been working on for close to 25 years, is some of it is based on sort of like real life experiences, sort of. I mean, obviously taken to a fantasy setting. Obviously, I haven't, the story. Obviously, I didn't actually do the things. Some of them are like actual, like literal dreams I had. Like I've actually there's one scene for sure that is a dream I specifically remember very vividly and very detailed that I want to put in this game. And then like it branches off into another story that I thought of later, that kind of thing. But and a lot of times the stories that I write, it's just like ideas that I come up with when I'm, like I said, listening to other people play games on like YouTube or whatever, and when I'm working, I'm like, and I just like these ideas just come to my head. Sometimes I have to write them down because I'm not going to remember them when I get off work or when I finally get here or whatever. So that's why this thing is so full. Okay. That's an inspiration is it's always the basis for every creation. Like I said, that big story that I'm referring to, it's it's kind of like a not in a story aspect, but more like an overall concept. Kind of combines Chrono Trigger with Dragon Ball Z, or Dragon Ball Z specifically. Like you have elements like fire, ice, lightning, and shadow, like you do in Chrono Trigger, but the characters that can wield these abilities are like the characters from Dragon Ball, and just kind of like you shoot it out of their hand, like a Kamehameha wave, sort of, that kind of thing. They're not like mages who can conjure up these abilities, like say a black mage from Final Fantasy or something like that. That's not what they are. These are just abilities that they have naturally, and they can just use them in the same kind of similar manner that a Saiyan would use a ki blast, for instance. I have to talk because you weren't raised being an adventurer. I like that idea. It's very expansive. Is it just one character that you're controlling, or do you have like a? I know you say that you've got you're controlling a battalion, but can you? Are you controlling? Do you have like a party? Like when you go into a battle, do you have like a typical like JRPG battle where it's like 4 versus whatever, or like what's the battle system like? Because my idea for the battle system, as you've seen from the mock battles that I've got here so far, it's pretty much just a straightforward JRPG. You got your characters on the right, you got your commands, and you're just gonna fight and kill them. I want to put some semblance of strategy in there. Like I want to have the enemies be a little bit stronger, like especially defensively, than normal. Because what I want them to do is I want the player to have to strategically attack them. Like I don't want them to be like overpowered over the character's party, but I want them to be a little bit stronger, and then you have to use buffs to buff up your party and debuffs to weaken the enemy, and then engage in battle. Or I'll put it this way: the battles would be easier if you did buff yourself and debuff them. You don't have to really, but you can. It would certainly be a big advantage if you did, or use like status, make status ailments useful and use them against the enemies, that kind of thing. Do one character first, but involve more characters. Yeah, that's kind of what you got here with this one. You got Yurik, that starts out the first part of the game by himself, and then meets Serena, and eventually I plan to have, I think I'm going to go with like a 5 or 6 person, like six total members that you can recruit, and you can swap them out into battles as you wish. I know I'm kind of going through the text kind of quickly because I really want to. I mean, I spent a lot of time talking, so I'm kind of killing my time here as far as like wanting to know how much I've got done through the game. But I think I've got about an hour if you just kind of run through it and semi-skip the dialogue. And that's about as much as I've got going so far. Enemies dropping gold, they drop materials, whatever they're wearing. You see, that's what I'm doing too. What I've got going into battles here is whenever you kill enemies, they drop a piece of. Take the spiders, for example, in the first area. They drop, I think, like a spider leg, a spider fang, or like a spider eye. And the rarer the item drop, there's like those 3 items. The rarer the item drop, the more it's worth that you can sell to a store. So you're basically getting trash, loot, or salvage, and you can sell that to the store. Or what I also have them planned to do is I'll have NPCs in certain cities and towns that you go to. And if you hold on to those items and sell them or give them to that person and that particular person in that town, they'll give you either like a quest, or they'll give you more money for it, maybe like a special item that you wouldn't get if you just straight up sold it to a store. So I'm trying to make while it is trash loot, I want to make the trash loot something more useful than just selling it to a store. But I want to make it more realistic than just killing a bug or a monster and magically you get money. That shit just doesn't work for me. And see, the way out of the caverns here is go up this bad, poorly made mountain path. It's just a winding path. That's all. That's the most variety I could get out of this because I'm just so terrible at this. I don't mean to keep harping on the same thing about the maps, but it does kind of, I wish I was far better. I thought this was kind of a cool little cutscene that I made here. No pun. Now that she's learned the power of ice, she made an ice bridge. Excuse me. Everyone's their own worst critic unless they're narcissistic and so love. Oh, I totally get that. I totally get that, Xander. You're right. I mean, I'm probably a harsh critic, but I still think that that my map making, I think almost anybody would say that these maps are pretty poor. Actually, Jody, I haven't watched any of the new Star Treks. I haven't watched any of Discovery. I haven't watched Strange New Worlds, and I've only seen some of season 2. I've seen all of season 1, but I haven't seen any of season 2 or much of season 2 of Picard because I've been busy with things. So I haven't been able to get into that or Halo. I've only watched a couple episodes of Halo. So I can't really give my opinion on them. I'd like to see them eventually, but I've been so busy. Okay, let's check the quest real quick. Alright, everything's good. Now rescuing Lorala. Okay, alright, that's good. Everything's good. Oh, that's not the way. Well, yeah, I'll have to say that from what I've seen of Picard, and so I want to assume Discovery and Strange New Worlds is going to be that way. You can't expect TNG, TOS, or the motion picture quality of Star Trek, because just the overall idea of Star Trek has evolved. I mean, if you were to look at TNG, Voyager, DS9, it is a totally different creature from the original series and the motion pictures. Yeah, I mean, it has a lot of similarities, but it is a different creature. And when TNG came out and then follow up DS9 and Voyager, people said the same thing about those. Those shows are garbage. They're terrible. The original series was much better. And now, move ahead to Strange New Worlds, Picard, and Discovery. It's the older folks that know TOS, TNG, and all that sees the new stuff as garbage. What I've seen of Picard, I actually do like Picard. I could be a little bit of personal bias because I love Patrick Stewart, but I don't think Picard is that bad. I love the fact they brought Seven of Nine back from Voyager as well. I love Jerry Ryan. She's even as an older lady, she's absolutely a gorgeous woman. I just absolutely love her to death. So I think Picard is good, probably from those points of view. And in fact, they're bringing in. I can't wait for season 3 with all the entire show, the entire cast coming back. But I think you've got to try to not judge Picard and Strange New Worlds and Discovery, and not compare them to TNG, DS9, and TOS and all that, because they're a new breed of Star Trek told a completely different way. And because they're told a completely different way, it's represented differently. The screenplays are completely different. You got to think of it, while still in the Star Trek universe, you got to think of it as its own collection of shows. So yeah, Picard is written by Stuart. Yeah, I'm aware. I'm where he wrote a vast majority, if not all of it. So yeah. And I don't think it's bad. I really don't. Again, you have to kind of separate it mentally from the Picard that while the character is the same and the actor is the same and his story is the same, you have to kind of separate the show from the TNG and all that stuff. What I want to call sort of the Roddenberry part. Put it. Even though Roddenberry died early on in TNG and therefore he didn't see Voyager and DS9, I would call that kind of the Roddenberry era of Star Trek. I would even include Star Trek Enterprise, in the Roddenberry era of Star Trek. That's all its own thing. And then you've got the Kelvin universe, the alternate timeline, which on their own accord is good. Those are good movies on their own accord. But again, comparing them to the Roddenberry timeline, terrible. And same thing with Picard, Strange New Worlds, and Discovery. They are not the Roddenberry era of shows. So you got to compare them to themselves. You have to judge them on their own merits and not compare them to the Roddenberry era, or even to the Kelvin universe. Went to the past, script, the timeline, so now no change in the future. Yeah, well, I mean, instead of being gay, yeah, I think that she's more like, I mean, obviously she's meant to be bisexual at the very least, because we know she was romantically involved with Chakotay at the end of or in the timeline before they were rescued she was involved with Chakotay in Voyager, and in Unimatrix Zero she was involved with a man in Unimatrix Zero. So she's at least bisexual, which, considering 7 of 9, the Annika Hansen grew up a Borg, she probably has no, I don't want to say no perception, that's not really the right word. She has no affinity, preference. I'm not really sure what the exact adjective is I'm looking for here. It doesn't bother her one way or the other that they are, whoever she's interested in, she is interested in them, period, regardless of their gender. Because she grew up as a Borg, so when she became a human again, her life started over, so she explores every aspect of humanity, including both the homosexual and heterosexual relationships. Honestly, not comparing to previous universe, even the new timeline established that Vulcans are anti-emotion. Well, I can't say a whole lot for Strange New Worlds or Discovery because, as I said, I hadn't watched them. But I could tell just from the cinematography and the way everything is appearing in the screenplays and all that they're just their own unique thing. And I'm going to try, when I do get around to watching them, which I do intend to do, I'm going to enjoy them as they are. I'm just going to enjoy them as their own thing and try not to compare them too much to the other Star Treks, because just the technology overall is screwing up the timeline overall. Take the Starship Discovery. The Discovery has apparently, no pun, discovered an ability to instantaneously appear from point A to point B. Like, they could cross hundreds of light years, probably even thousands of light years, near instantaneously. And Discovery is pre-TOS, so pre-original series. Where was this technology when Voyager was lost in the Delta Quadrant? Could they have not gotten Voyager back home sooner? How did they not know? How did Starfleet not know about that technology for Voyager if Discovery had it? See, those kind of things there, as far as the plot holes and that kind of thing, that's where you guys kind of gotta go, okay, Roddenberry era over there, this stuff over here, and just enjoy what you're seeing. I really don't like to do that either, because I am a big stickler for story and lore. I love lore in anything that has lore in it that I watch or play. I love games with stories, and I love picking apart the lore in those kind of things. So when it comes to Star Trek, there's a lot to pick apart, but there's so much just like, oh god, just don't. Just try really hard to just keep it in its own thing, because you're gonna want to blow your brains out trying to come up with excuses or answers to the reasons why something like Discovery didn't happen with Voyager. Secret Project, I get that, but you're telling me that over the what is the timeline difference between Voyager and Discovery? Like what, 200 years? Aren't they like Aren't they 22nd century? Maybe they're 23rd century, so they're only 100 years off. Either way, at some point, somebody in Starfleet would have said, we have Voyager lost in the Delta Quadrant. Somebody at Starfleet knew that discover about Discovery's technology and would be like, okay, listen, let's go to Barclay, let's go to Admiral Paris, and keep this to a bare minimum, and let them know that we can get Voyager home like that. In New Worlds, Kirk, Stan, and Spock are on the same ship. Well, in Strange New Worlds is not the Kelvin timeline. The Star Trek of 2009, basically the J.J. Abrams movies, those three movies are the Kelvin timeline. That is a separate timeline completely from Strange New Worlds, Discovery, and all that. Excuse me. So in the prime timeline where Discovery and Strange New Worlds and all that is, Kirk's father, just James Kirk's father, George Kirk? George Kirk wasn't killed by the Narada because the Narada didn't exist. That whole thing didn't happen. So that's why George Kirk is alive. I can't say anything about Strange New Worlds, like I said. I know what it is. I know it follows Captain Pike, but I don't know anything about the story because I haven't seen any of the episodes. I've never seen any of Strange New Worlds. I haven't seen any of Discovery, and I've seen all of Season 1 and some of Season 2 of Picard. I haven't been able to do much else. Okay, we have Baron in our party now. Yeah. Okay, so what's his experience level? Experience is 131, which should be the same as everybody else's. If I set those triggers right. Okay, good. I wanted to make sure that when anybody joins the party, that they join at the same level and exact same experience as the characters that are already in. Because I want them all to kind of... I don't like the idea of if you leave a character out, they become underleveled and are lagging behind. So I kind of want everybody to have the same level, and even if they don't participate in battle, experience is going to be shared. So when you get more than 4 characters, even characters that are not in the battle will be able to keep up. Because I find that a little too tedious, in my opinion. Well, bringing Khan back is going to be interesting because, I mean, obviously we're talking young Kirk again, so we obviously can't have William Shatner. And Ricardo Montalban has passed, so we can't have that Khan. Which, I mean, they didn't do that in the Star Trek movie either. They had Benedict Cumberbatch do it, which I think it was a pretty well done version of Khan. But again, on its own merits. You can't really compare Benedict's Khan to Montalban's Khan. Yeah, he is. He was a big contributor to the eugenics board. Yeah. 96, 97, something like that. Yeah. I remember when I watched Star Trek 2 for the first time, it was in like, I want to say it was like the mid-90s when I saw it. And I was like, when Khan says, we were lost in space in the Botany Bay from 1996, I'm like, So we have spacecraft like the Botany Bay already? Really? It's also, I find it interesting that in Star Trek First Contact, they mention that First Contact happens on April 4th, 2063. That's only about 40 years away, y'all. So in 40, most of us will likely have, most of us probably in this chat that are live right now are going to be supposedly there for the launch of the Phoenix. But we're also going to be around for World War III. Kind of scary, especially when you consider what's going on in Ukraine right now. So I think I did again, the cutscenes I think are really, really good. Again, this is just my own opinion here. So the whole, portal there, Zavras like warping in and, having this conversation. I think this is one of my better made cutscenes. Do you remember people griping about magic being used in the second timeline? Because they talk about Vulcan space magic in the original series. Yeah, there was that whole kind of like mental connection that all the Vulcans had. Do you remember the one of the starships, one of the Federation starships, that was an all Vulcan crew, when the entire Vulcan crew just died and Spock felt it. It was very, very Star Wars Force-like. Granted, I know Star Wars came out 20 years later, or like 10 years later, but you know what I mean. Yeah. The Prime Directive was an interesting plot device that throughout Star Trek's history is known for being a lot more flexible than it probably should have been. And I don't just mean Kirk, but I mean I think every Star Trek captain in the television series is guilty in one way or another of violating the Prime Directive. I mean, so many. I mean, Cisco using poisonous weapons to poison one of the worlds of one of the Maquis worlds. There's so many. There's just so many that I think it's a good plot point for tension, but as far as flexibility and enforcing the Prime Directive, nobody really did anything. Nobody really did anything about it. No captain in the show of Star Trek that violated the Prime Directive was, if they were ever punished at all, it wasn't a very harsh punishment, for sure. But like a scapegoat excuse for TNG, yeah. I mean, you're not wrong on that. Dorkin. Outside. Shawl Caverns. Okay. There we go. Alright. Now we need to go back through here. That should lead us to the east, or to the west rather. Because we got to go back toward Vestholm. Which I think is through here. I think it's supposed to be through there. Did I not make another? I forget to make another trigger? Because I don't think there's any other eastern path. Yeah, I agree. I think. I mean, I don't totally disagree with who was the captain of the Equinox. Was his name Ramsey? I don't completely disagree with Ramsey's ideal behind what he needed to do to survive the Delta Quadrant, but okay, there it is. There's the path. All right, I need to block out that path down there at the bottom. Block exit path from Deshal Forest to eastern, to western, to west, and southwest corner. Okay. But in Ramsey's defense, or whatever the captain's name was, in his defense, the Intrepid class ships were designed for long range, travel. Spending a lot of time out in space, a lot of time, long distance journeys, long time journeys. Not a lot of refueling and all that stuff at star bases. Whereas the Nova class, I think it was a Nova class ship, was not designed for that. They were short range, almost fighter ships. They were barely starships. No, I mean, okay, would involve time travel on Earth, but everywhere else, I mean, they couldn't. Well, Voyager was supposed to take 70 years to get back to the Delta Quadrant, and they obviously weren't going to have 70 seasons of the show. So they kind of had to, when they got to the 7th season, and Paramount was like, "Okay, that's enough of Voyager." They had to rush 61 more years out of the show, and they couldn't pack 61 years of show into one more season. So they had to bring it to an end, and I don't think it was a bad way they did it. I don't think there's anything wrong with the end of Voyager. I think the actual end of the episode overall was abrupt. I will admit that. The sudden Voyager bursts out of the Borg sphere, and suddenly they're am I making a loop because I don't know where to go. And they see Earth, and they're escorted by the other starships, the other Federation starships, and then that's it. That felt kind of sudden. I would like to have seen I need to fix that. Tree texture area in, what is this area called? I don't even know what this area is. Where am I? Whatever it is. In forest south of Vestholm. I would like to have seen time skips is a thing. Yeah, I feel that I wish they'd had some kind of voyage, some kind of heroic welcome back to Earth. Voyager flying, into the starbase, the crew, the captain and maybe the, first officer, whatever, beaming aboard, Starbase 01, the Earth space dock, and getting meted by Admiral Paris and meeting Barclay. Kind of like how I'd like to have seen Voyager, that episode end sort of the way it began, with Janeway and all those people talking to Barclay and catching up on everything, but obviously be it their younger versions, because 70 years hadn't passed, or however long it was when old Janeway started doing her thing when they actually got back to Earth. I would like to have seen that kind of ending at the end of the final episode, because then it would have been a better full circle thing, since it started with Janeway and Voyager returning home to Earth, and then ending the same way, but younger and everybody alive and all that, because Seven of Nine died. Seven of Nine and Chakotay had their issues and all that stuff, and Tuvok not being, you know, succumbing to his disease and all that. Okay, how the fuck do I get out of my own map? God damn it! I know I need to go south. Where's the way out? Is there a cavern I need to go into? Oh, here we go. This is bridge. I remember now. I'm not totally stupid! Oh, that's dead end. I need to put some more trees there to kind of block and make it look like I need to go out that way. So I should put some trees there. Make it look like that's a impassable exit. Yeah, I couldn't remember which one actually died from it, but I know Chakotay. I know one of them died, and the other one was messed up from it, and therefore, you know, they didn't, because they obviously survived. And, you know, Tuvok, yeah, it is his issues. Ermaged. Wait, maybe this? Yeah, here we go. This. Here. What the? Okay, found a bug. I gotta fix that. Probably because these two textures here are too close, so they're overlapping, so it's a passable tile here. Okay, well, I gotta fix that. South of canyons, texture, boundary error. Here's our exit. Okay, there it is. Okay, there we go. Finally. Alright. This is the last part I'm at. This is the last area that I made. This town should have had a name attached to it when you loaded it in. Only episode which they'd given for growth was the super drone they accidentally created. That was the one that came from the Doctor's mobile holo emitter from the 29th century, right? Yeah, I mean, I guess it was a good thing, because it really was a danger considering how powerful 29th century technology would have been. If, you know, if somehow the Borg had managed to actually, like, truly get a hold of him, that would have really, it would have been a big problem for everybody in general. Okay, anyway, this is the last town that I made, so I'll be, like, starting actually working on it from here. But I want this to be like a beach, obviously a beachside town, because in case you couldn't read the dialogue because I was going too fast, the people that took the old lady took her to a place called Shahan, which is another beach, another seaside town, a port town, and so it's a town that's on the other side of the water from this one. So we, the characters, need to cross to that side. So this is the beach town that I made. Again, it's rudimentary and poor. So All right. Oh, an itchy eye. Oh. Heading for full season? I don't disagree. But it is what it is. Or Sean Ha. I said Shahan. Sean Ha. There's a dialogue option that one affects your friendship with Serena. And she's going to explain here a little bit more backstory about the world, the reason that he now has magic abilities. She's you probably can tell us by what's going on, but she's essentially this game's version of a mage. They call it they're called arcanologists. I wanted to use a different name than mage, so mages in this game are called arcanologists. They study the power of the arcane. It's not called magic; it's called arcane. So she's an arcanologist, essentially a mage, and Yurik can use magic abilities as well, but only powered through his sword, because that's what's special about him is that's what makes him special, is that he can do that. Yurik's role is essentially a warrior with the ability to use magic swords, or not necessarily magic swords, but like magic infused into his weapon. Baron, the old guy, he's sort of like a he's meant to be kind of a tanker, but I don't have the necessary. What I would want out of him, if they could, is give him a taunt. That way the enemies are forced to attack him, and he can be like the tank that he's supposed to be and draw their attacks. He uses a spear, or a polearm, sort of. He's like a dragoon, in a sense, but without the, usually dragoons have like a jump type ability. That's not what he can do. He's just a really strong defensive character that uses a spear or polearm kind of thing. Only Star Trek I wanted is a greater backstory for the Borg and how the Borg Queen came about. I believe it's supposed to be canon. I'm not entirely sure. But the Borg Queen came about because of V'ger. An old Bethesda Star Trek game called Star Trek Legacy, I believe. It was a Star Trek game that allowed you to play as all of the different eras of Star Trek, from Enterprise all the way to the end of the Next Generation movies. Because you could command the Enterprise, NX-01 Enterprise, as well as Kirk's Enterprise, both the original series and refit. You controlled Picard's Stargazer, and then the Enterprise D, and I believe also the Sovereign Enterprise E. And the story is a long arcing thing about a Vulcan who becomes, basically sort of like births the Borg, or becomes a major part of the Borg's influence. And after you beat the game, you can go through this like comic strip type thing where they explain that V'ger from the very first Star Trek movie, the motion picture, when it discovered organic life, it processed it into it processed it as data but it also perfected the organic life, and in some way created the Borg. So, if you would, I'm sure there's some YouTube video about it somewhere, and I believe it's supposed to be canon. So essentially, the Borg were created from Voyager 6, which was V'ger. And if you really want to look at it in a really, really, really simplistic way, the Borg were created because humans launched Voyager 6. Because remember, Voyager 6 was the NASA probe launched from Earth, lost on the other side of the galaxy, and found by a machine planet. And supposedly this machine planet that turned Voyager into V'ger, Voyager 6 into V'ger, created the Borg by converting organic life. It's really weird how that thing comes full circle. The Borg want to go assimilate all life in the galaxy, and wouldn't have actually existed if humans hadn't launched Voyager 6 and it became essentially lost in the black hole. That's a really, really weird... I mean, it's a... I don't know what you want to call it, but it's a really... surreal, maybe, revelation about the Borg being birthed, essentially, from a human-made device, a human-made probe. Bimo, are you in the chat yet? Did you wonder why they gave the probe such a powerful AI? Well, they explained in the movie that the machine planet found the probe to be very much like themselves. Even though it was a very primitive design, it was certainly one of their own. And the objective of the probe was to learn everything that could be learned. And like I think it was like Decker or Spock said, they interpreted it literally, meaning that Voyager / V'ger needed to learn literally everything it possibly can, and developed a ship for it to pursue that goal. And in the process of learning all that it did, it just became a sentient creature on its own. It grew. It gained sentience out of pure knowledge. So it wasn't necessarily an AI that the machine planet created. It developed its own sense of intelligence and sentience just through the knowledge it obtained by going through the galaxy. Sorry about that. I'm good. Okay, that's all that I've got. That's the end of the of what I have so far. So I know I've been streaming for 2.5 hours just doing this game. But the game itself, if you were to just go through all the locations and moderately skip to the dialogue, that's about an hour long. I was sneezing. I was sneezing off mic. I didn't mean to interrupt my thought or whatever. Yeah, I turned the mic off and sneezed a couple times, so that's what I was apologizing about. Okay, let's see if I can do this real quick. Let me see if I can fix these few issues I have here now that I've got this up here. Yurik's house. Here it is. Excuse me. Sorry, that was very rude. Okay, let me turn off the display name. Deactivate the display name. Can I add a display name in the event? In the events. This is the start of the event. So let's put it like here. Can we change the map information? State location info, map name display. Nope, that's not it. Oh, map name display. So I don't have to actually turn. I don't have to delete that. I can just turn it off for the for the teleport scene, and then yeah, that would work. Oh, that's far easier. Okay, change map display. Okay. All right. Then let's put that back. Edit. Urix house. Discord. What about Discord? Okay. So let's go back to the launcher intro. Okay, that's the teleporter. Okay, Prophet Temple. Where's my control? Which one of these is my controller? Starter. There it is. All right. Okay. Oh yeah. Exclamation Discord should get my should give you my Discord link. Hey Holly, welcome to the show. Good to see you. You can feel free to shout yourself out if you want to, Holly, since you're a mod. You can mod you can mod yourself. You can shout yourself out for me. Appreciate it. There you go. Thank you, Stardust, for giving Xander the Discord. Okay, I want to put it here before they teleport to Urix's house. Okay, Crystal Destroyed is on. Why do I have two different starters doing the same thing? Okay, flash screen. What is this starter? This is an auto run of the characters moving up, divided by impassable barriers. Ice crystal, water crystal. Okay, this is the crystals moving. Is there a third starter? Starter 3. Where's starter 2? Like the pyramid in Zelda. You know, I actually think you said the same thing back in the first time I was working on this back in the day. I don't. There's not much going on in my Discord, Xander. It's I don't want to say it's a new thing. It's just not something that I get a lot of attention in. So it's nothing I really focus on much. I'm trying to expand more into. I'm trying to use like social media and Discord and all that stuff more, so I can kind of get the show out there and get the stream out there more. Because I really want to bring some attention to the stream. I know this is I know I have a lot of ambitious goals. Apparently, I really would like the streaming thing to be, if possible, some kind of like, I would like this to be honestly, ideally a full-time job. I know that's extremely ambitious of me to ask for, but I would like to be at least somewhat successful as a streamer. And this is what I want to do. And I know I need to utilize social media like Facebook and not Instagram, but Facebook and TikTok and Discord, all that a lot more often. Hey, that would be great, Xander. I'd appreciate that. We can chat about it sometime. Maybe shoot me a message on Facebook Messenger, because I check that a lot more often than I do Discord, and we can see what we can do about that. Okay. Where is the command that teleports us to the... There it is. Okay. Before we transfer player, let's change map display to off. And then, after we're there, we go to Urix's house. We go to the starter. And after the cutscene is over, we can put it here and change it to display on. And then whenever anybody goes in and out of the room, it'll be there. So that one is solved. Awesome. Oh wait, that's the wrong one. That one is done. I need to fix Zav disappearing too early. Yeah, well, when I used to I've been streaming since March of 2020, and I started streaming on Facebook. I streamed over there until August of last year. Then I started streaming over here, and I've been over here ever since. So I just have Facebook now to kind of promote the show, uh, promote my YouTube channel because I also have YouTube. Um, Whatever I'm trying to take advantage of YouTube and like make when I have clips and stuff of my gameplay, make it like a montage and put that on YouTube. I have like 1,200, 1,300 videos on YouTube because I did YouTube for 6 years before I started streaming on Facebook. So I've got like 1,200 some odd produced or pre-produced videos, and now I'm trying to do that again as well as stream because I really like making the videos, so I want to do that again. And I also want to make videos that are outside of like stream based stuff. I want to do like top 10 lists and other like video game like comedy skits, stuff like that. So that's all. So I want to put that on YouTube as well. Um, so yeah, that's all like it's all plans that I want to do. Okay. Zer disappears. Zer. No, Zab disappears too early. Gets it going. He walks right to the door. Sister's coming along too. Anel's coming. Okay. Yeah. Let's put that above him disappearing. Okay, I can't move it that way, so we'll just exit and V it. Yeah. Then he disappears. Okay. Yeah. There we go. I like that better. I like that much better. Only social areas I use is Twitch, Discord, and YouTube. I do have Twitter, but I use that for trolling. I have a Twitter as well, and it's again right now basically Facebook and Twitter is pretty much just used to promote the stream and when I go live, let people know that I went live. Mostly and I do the same thing in Discord. Every time I go live every time I go live, I post in Discord that I went live because I want to make sure that people get notified when I go live that want to be here. So you got if you have the Twitch app, you get a notification on your app when I go live. If you're in my if you're following my Facebook page, I post there, at least to like a story when I go live, so you get a notification for that. And if you're following my Discord, when I go live, I post in there as well. So you have a chance for 3 different notifications that I went live, just in case one doesn't get out or you miss one because you're busy or your phone was off or whatever. Just try to let as many people know as possible that I'm here. And I greatly appreciate. Let me just say this real quick. I greatly appreciate all of you that have showed up in the stream so far. We hit at least. I know at this point we hit at least 9 at some point. So huge appreciation to everybody who's coming here and hang around and chat and and the followers Xander and Asamu again. Thank you all for your follows, pushing us to 225. My next goal is I want to say my next goal is 300, but we'll take it. We'll take it segmented at a time. Next goal is 250. So we're 25 away from that. Thank you all very, very much again for your follows. Greatly appreciate it. We are, as you can see by the sub goal up here, we are one sub away from the sub goal of 5. So again, greatly appreciate that as well. 110 streamers. Yeah, I know. I have so many friends that I follow, and many of them like stream at times that I can't watch because now that I'm working. I work like a 40+ hour shift, like I said before, and it's during the day, so I can't really watch like I want to. So I'm only able to watch a few streamers now and then. Today is May 16th. Yeah, May 16th, Holly. Why do you ask? Okay, we fixed Xavier's thing, so let's delete that one. Amalthea Woods near Waterfall needs fixing. Okay, so Amalthea Woods, I remember what that is. It's up here. In this corner, get right there. Let's get this one, and boop. There we go. Now it's fixed. Okay, that's done. Okay, the Shaw Canyon area inaccessible. Okay. So back on the world map, that's the wrong world map. On the world map, there it is. Can't work. Oh no, why not, Xander? If you don't mind my asking. If it's too personal, you don't have to say. But I'm curious. You piqued my curiosity. Oh well, I appreciate that, Holly. Appreciate that. Are you going to take us to the shower? Am I going to be with you in the shower? Huh? Huh, Holly? Huh? Huh? Wink. By the way, if you come here for clean, family-friendly content, you've chosen poorly. Okay. Let's see. All right. We don't want them going into the Dashal forest when they're going to meet Lady Narala, to meet her. So let's copy this page. And we will set this one to be... He's worked till 2012, but God, it's been out of work for so long, I've offered to work for free. My God. How you been at work for 10 years and you're still alive? Oh my. Does your boyfriend know that I'm in the shower with you? Do you like it when I talk low and slow and sexy? You got your phone close to your vagina? Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Getting you all hot and bothered in the shower, huh? Yeah. Like I said, you came here for clean content, you're not going to find it. Ah, okay. Well, I'm glad I'm glad you're at least able to, live on something like that. I lost my job, my last job, in February of 2021, and managed to work off of or live off of unemployment for the most part, until November when I moved down here to Texas, and now I've got a good job that pays well. You know, while the upside to my being out of a job at the time was I was able to stream during the day, which a lot more people were able to come to the show and stuff. So I had a larger viewership during the day because it was like middle of the day from like 10 o'clock in the morning to like 2 or 3 or 4 in the afternoon. So my viewership was good during those times. Now that I stream at night, it's a little harder to come by most times, but it's not terrible. I mean, I used to have double digits almost every stream when I was during the day. Now it's a little bit harder to get double digits, but I think that's only just going to come with time. I'm trying to be patient. I have lost my willingness to stream a few times because of viewer numbers, and I know I shouldn't do that because everybody's going to have that issue. Every streamer comes across that problem, and I know I shouldn't give up because of that reason, or I shouldn't have given up because of that reason. But lately I've found myself overcoming it because I'm in a better place overall. I was also suffering with, at least if not a diagnosed version, a form of depression. I will admit, especially when I was living in before I moved to Texas. The place I was living before had put me in a horrible, toxic state of depression. I mean, more than I ever thought it was possible. I mean, I knew I was already in a toxic depression when I was living up there, but after I got down here and got away from all that, I didn't realize just how bad the toxicity was for me until I actually step away from it and I look at myself back then and I'm just like, that's like a completely different person. Completely different. I almost don't recognize the person that I was back then. And I say back then as if it was a long time ago. It was only it wasn't until November when I moved this past November when I moved down here that I got away from where I was and realized, wow, that was I thought my toxicity level was at a 9. It was actually more like a 15. So yeah, it is far, far improved. But granted, some of that does have to do with my friends that I've made down here, and friends like Bino and Holly that have talked to me often, and Jose, and of course Shannon. They've all been they didn't deliberately do it, but their conversations with me and their friendships with me have really brought me back to the person that I was before I moved out of Texas the first time, or before I moved out of Texas and moved up there to the place that we don't mention anymore. Insomnia, sleep apnea, sleep paralysis, learning disorder, nerve damage, my legs, tremors. Ugh, oh my goodness. Ooh. Whew. Yeah, just like we were talking about earlier, Xander, it's always one of those, I've got it bad, but somebody is going to have it worse. And, that's an example of that. I can't complain about my sleep apnea. That's really my only actual medical problem. Besides my back, but that's just because it was injured when I was playing hockey one time. So it's an aggravation at times. That's just it. It's an aggravation. That's all. I'm not debilitated. And sleep apnea, I've recovered from. I mean, you can't really recover from sleep apnea, but it's treated because I have a CPAP machine. Everybody, it was a place. It was a situation. Probably, you're not wrong, Holly, but the situation was central to that place, and I couldn't escape that situation because I went to that place to get into that situation. We're being nobody knows really what we're talking about, except you and me, really, because you and I you were heavily a part of that situation. You were heavily involved in that situation, so we're being vague to kind of just keep details out of it because nobody really cares. But I went up there to that place for that situation, and because that situation fucked me over so badly, the situation became part of the place. I couldn't be in that place and not deal with that situation. Even if I separated myself from the people involved in that situation, I would still have to deal with that situation in my head because it was associated with that place. Everything involved with that place reminded me of the situation, and there was no way to escape it without leaving. And that's why I'm back here in Texas. Okay. We were trying to fix the... What were we trying to fix here? Oh yeah, we wanted to not let anybody pass into the Deshal forest. We want to enter Deshal cabin, rest area part 2. Okay. Rest area part 2. If that one is on... Actually... we can just actually delete this one because this is going to be the trigger. That's what we're allowing passage into the Deshal forest. Oh, excuse me. This one can be wait. Okay. This one we need to move. Can we move it? Okay, let's copy it and we'll move it to this end and delete this page. As when we first come down, we don't need to go into the forest. So this one needs to be... This one doesn't need to switch at all. This needs to say... head further east. Not into the forest. Okay. Give me a second, I'll get to the chat. What's goofy? Their psychoanalyst got me on depression and gave me SSI based on that alone. See, I haven't been diagnosed with depression, or I wasn't diagnosed with depression, mainly because I never went to the doctor. But I'm pretty sure that it would have been at least semi-classified as that, even if they didn't give me pills for it, because I had many of the symptoms of it, like the always upset, always sad, so easily angered. I especially the things that I did myself. If I screwed something up, whether it be talking to somebody or attempting to do something or whatever, I would, if I got mad at myself, I got like really, really, I would get even angrier at myself than normal. I mean, usually when I fuck up and I do something really stupid, I get really mad at myself. But it was on even a higher level back then. Um, I've always had social anxiety, but it was always worse then. And I was and still kind of do to this day cut myself down. You know, I say it less because I'm with somebody. I'm seeing somebody now. I can't say I'm with them because we're not really like together. But that's a unnecessary point. But I'm seeing somebody to an extent. Um, so I don't say it as much anymore. But I would cut myself down. I would say like I'm not. Women don't like me. Women are not attracted to me. Things of that sort. And it felt true. I mean, it really really still kind of is. I mean, the women that I talked to, especially up there, they all either lied to me, uh, lied about wanting to be with me. First of all, or lied about not wanting a relationship, or lied about preferring to be single, and then like within a week or a few weeks or a month later, suddenly I see they're with somebody. Their relationship status changed on Facebook or whatever, and I see they're with somebody, or I just know they got involved because somebody that had told me about it, or or they were just flat out fucking crazy. So mostly kind of like a mental issue of some sort. That they seemed fine at first, and then they turned out to be a maniac. You know. But it seemed like women always seem to find a reason not to be with me or not want to try to be with me. And and that made me think, okay, well, there's something wrong with me. I guess I'm not attractive. I guess you know I didn't think I smelled bad or anything stupid like that, because showered all the time, brush my teeth, door deodorant, etc. Going to be body odor. I don't know. Maybe I just somehow exuded this air of unattractiveness. I don't know. Even just because, even though I didn't and still don't like bars. I would go to bars and I would see women, and I managed to talk to some of them. And I even there was one woman I talked to that I saw her crying at the bar, at the corner of the bar. I just happened to see her as I passed by, and I had to talk to her. I was able to talk to her. I was able to step past my social anxiety and actually talk to her. And found out that a guy that she was supposed to meet there didn't show up, and that wasn't the first time that happened, and so on and so forth. And she was there with her mom, apparently, her mom and a friend, and a male friend, I think, or maybe no, it was a regular at the bar. But those are minor details. But it was there with her mother, and we talked a little bit. We were just like talking. We played some pool at the pool table that was there, and we just had a normal chat. And we like teamed up. Me and the girl. I think her name was Sarah. Me and the girl, and then Sarah's mom and the regular were like teaming up at two on two. We were a team and they were a team. Well, as the game kind of went on, eventually this girl just completely just like ignored me. I mean, just completely oblivious to my presence. I was talking to her mom. Her mom would talk back to me. Would converse back with me. The regular guy, the guy that was there, we would converse back and forth. Whenever I talked to her, it was just like I vanished from thin air, just out of the blue. And if I said something to offend her or upset her, her mom didn't seem to know about it because she continued to talk to me, at least for a little while longer before I left. So I don't know what that was all about. But that just added to my, one more thing of just women don't like me for whatever reason. They would find a reason not to be with me, or say they were single and then be getting with somebody a few weeks later, or say kind of be with me a little bit, and then immediately go, say that they think they should go see somebody else, then they start seeing somebody else or whatever. My need to be in a relationship was so powerful that it affected every aspect of myself to an extreme degree. That is a succinct way to describe what I was when I was up there. And it was mostly because I needed to get over someone. Someone that I moved up there for. There's no question. Just messaging my friend here. Which, I mean, she indirectly, I mean, she didn't straight up say it, but she hinted at it and strongly hinted at it that she wanted me to move up there for her. So I did so. I mean, granted, I could have said no. Granted, I could have stayed. I could have stayed in Texas, but she essentially asked me to go up there for her. So I did. And the week that I moved up there was when she decided she didn't want to pursue a relationship with me. She still wanted to hang out with me and stuff. She didn't put me in the friend zone, but we weren't officially together. And then she just she completely threw me off the map. She totally started looking for other guys, and it's just I moved up here for you, and you've done everything possible to be with everybody else but me. And so I tried to get over that, because no matter what I did, this is what I was trying to be vague, but I guess I'm going to get into the situation a little bit, and I'm going to keep names out of it. I'm going to keep specifics out of it, because people just don't care. Nobody cares about this kind of stuff. But this was the situation I was talking about. Since I moved up there to that place for her, everything around me reminded me of her and that situation, because there was no other reason I would ever be in that place if it wasn't for her. If I had met her here in Texas, and that kind of situation happened, I would have gotten over it. I would have been, I would have been upset still, and still would have been pissed off. But it would have been, I eventually probably would have gotten over it and been fine and forgotten completely about it, because I wouldn't be associating her with my hometown, which was Dallas. I don't live in Dallas anymore. But if I'd met her in Dallas, I wouldn't be associating her with Dallas, so it would be completely forgotten. I'd probably associate her maybe with places that we'd been to, and I wouldn't go to those places anymore. But I wouldn't be associating her with Dallas because I already lived there, et cetera, et cetera. But I moved to her state. I moved to her home state and her hometown. And so everything reminded me of her and that situation, and I couldn't get away from it, no matter how much I tried. So I wanted to try to get over her. The only way I thought I could do that was to try to be with somebody else. And while I tried to avoid desperation, because I really wasn't desperate, despite how it may seem and sound, I wasn't desperate. I really wasn't. Because I was still preferring a specific, type of woman. To me, a desperate person will take anybody. Whether you're a man or a woman, whether you're interested in a man or woman, if you're desperate, you will take anybody despite their looks, their appearances, their interests, etc. I never did that. I was never desperate, in my opinion, because I wouldn't take anybody. I still had my preferences of appearance, preferences of interests. Interests. I don't know what other word was trying to come to my head. So if I found somebody that was super attractive but didn't fall into my interests, I wasn't going to take that. But if I found somebody that was super into my interest, but I was certainly not physically attracted to, I wasn't going to go with that either. And it seemed like when I did find somebody that kind of fit both those categories, they always seemed to have some other reason not to want to do anything. They said they were happily single, or they didn't want to be in a relationship right now. And I come to find out within a few weeks to a month, they got into a relationship and they're moving to another state to be with that person. What was so wrong with me? Especially one particular girl who I thought was super, super attractive, very, very beautiful, and she was a YouTube streamer. Well, again, I won't mention her name, but she was a YouTube streamer, and I talked to her one time. I was just like, hey, we have these similar interests. She was a Final Fantasy. She loved Final Fantasy. I love Final Fantasy, and so I got to talking, and I was like, you know what, conveniently enough, we didn't live very far from each other. She lived just across the border from the state that I was living in. I mean, we didn't live in the same city, but the city that she lived in was just like across the border from the city I was living in. And so I was like, asking her, hey, you want to hang out sometime? You want to go out sometime? No, I'm happily single. Sorry, I'm not interested. And then like this was like, I don't know, maybe like a month or two before February, and come to find out, she had gotten with somebody, and they had officially started their relationship on Valentine's Day. This was like 2 months later. What was so wrong with me? If you were already seeing somebody, if they were already seeing each other then, why couldn't she just say, I'm sorry, I'm already seeing somebody? Not, I'm happily single. Either way, she lied to me. And then there was, a couple others. There was one woman that was at a bar, and it was her birthday, and she was, at least somewhat drunk, and she wanted me to put dollar bills into her bra, and I wasn't going to do that. I don't do that. I know this is going to make me seem really, really weird. I'm going to go with we're going into podcast mode for a moment. I know this is very unusual for men, but I see women far differently than the stereotypical man does. I was going to say the vast majority. That's not really a fair thing to say. It's more of a stereotypical man thing. I don't see women the same way. I'm not going to be. This woman that came to me and wanted me to stuff dollar bills in her bra. I did it once. I did once only because my friends were there and I was sort of peer pressured into it. I'll admit I was peer pressured into it. But I didn't want to do it. Not because this woman was overweight and unattractive to me, but because I didn't want to touch her breasts. Because I didn't know this woman. Even if she was a beautiful woman that I was heavily attracted to, I was not going to stuff dollar bills into her bra. Because I don't see women that way. And if you come to me and want me to do that, I'm not going to do it, and I'm certainly not going to go out with you or date you or sleep with you. Because to me, that makes you a whore. Yes, that's right, I said it. If you come to me in a bar, and I don't know who you are, and you want me to start copping feels all over your body, you're a whore. Because I'm a stranger. You don't know me. Okay? That's how this works. So yeah, there's that. So that's just a different situation. Let me catch up to what Xander's saying. A few of my relationships were abusive towards me, and even then, I still tried to make them work. Yeah, I've never been in an abusive relationship. I'm certainly not an abusive man, so it certainly wasn't me. But I've never been in an abusive relationship from the woman's perspective. But the longest relationship I was in, which was essentially my second real relationship, was almost 11 years long. It was almost 11 years. It was almost 11 years, and out of the blue, she just up and walked out, just gone. We lived together for 8 years in this one apartment, and she didn't work. She didn't work the entire relationship the entire time we were together until about the last year and a half, when she finally I helped her get her high school her GED, and got her a job at the place that I was working at, which was a remittance place. So basically, if you're not familiar with what remittance is, lockbox processing. Basically, you send you get a bill in the mail. You put a check with that bill. You send that bill out, or you send the bill and check out. We process that check and bill. That's what we did. She worked in a different area than I did, but we worked there for about a year and a half. And then one day she says she wasn't feeling good. She was sick. Oh, let me back up a little bit further. July that year, her mother passed away. Her mother got sick around Thanksgiving of the previous year with a really rare cancer. I want to say it was like MLC or MAC, something like that. It was an extremely rare cancer. And come July, she passed away from it. early July. And that whole time, she was different. After she had passed away, her mother passed away, my girlfriend at the time was very different. Her mood was different. Her personality had changed. Her attitude was completely different. And I thought it was just simply grieving for her mother, because she was very close to her. She loved her mother very much, and I understood that. And it lasted a couple of weeks, which I completely understood. I didn't bother. I didn't bring it up. I just, I dealt with her and dealt with it. Perfectly fine. And then a Friday came that we worked a weekend. We were off on Wednesday and Thursday. So so Friday came along, and she said she wasn't feeling good. So I said, okay, call in and I'll go to work. I drove us in because we both used the same car. So I drove myself into work, and then came back home, and she said she was feeling better, but not really great. So I thought, okay, fine. Saturday morning comes. I get up. The alarm goes off. I get up. I wake her up. All right, time to go to work. And she says, I'm not coming in. I'm not going into work. I have somebody coming to get me, and I'm going to South Texas. I'm moving to South Texas. Just like that. Literally just like that. No argument. No conversation. No fighting. No cheating. I didn't cheat. She didn't cheat. At least I don't aware of her cheating. If she did, she didn't do it in my house. And she was always with me almost all the time. So I don't know how she could have cheated when while I was there. Well, the only time she could have cheated was before she started working with me, and that was a year and a half. So if she that was obviously not part of it. There was no argument, no conversation, no fighting, no nothing. She was just up and gone. Left a note behind, and it was just like, we don't see eye to eye anymore, some kind of bullshit along those lines. And when she said that she was leaving for South Texas, I was so shocked at this. I couldn't even think to ask why she was leaving. It just hit me so hard, and I was so stunned. I just went, okay. I got dressed to finish off my morning routine and went to work. And when I came home that evening, some of her clothes, and our 2 cats were gone. It was just, if that doesn't describe blindsided, that is the epitome of the term blindsided. You couldn't hit me any harder with a brick. So yeah, death changes a person. I understand that, and clearly that's what happened. I think she, her brother, her and her brother didn't really talk that much, but her brother assumed that she left because she wanted a kid. And at the time, I was fervently against having my own kids. I still kind of am. I'm not as fervent about it now that I was before, but that I was back then for sure. Like, if it happens now, okay, all right, fine. Not a critical deal. It's not gonna make me lose my mind. Whereas back then, I probably wouldn't have, because I don't think I would be that crazy to do so. But there'd been a couple of conversations I had with her name was Jenna, my ex-girlfriend at the time. There was a couple of times we had conversations about that, and if she had accidentally gotten pregnant, I had told her I would have committed suicide. That is how much I refused to have a kid. Yes, I know that is super selfish. I know that is extremely unfair. Would have been extremely unfair to her and the eventual child. But that is how much I was against having a child of my own if she had gotten pregnant. Nowadays, if I get with someone or got with someone and they get pregnant, it would be, I wouldn't really want it to happen. Don't get me wrong, I don't want it to happen, but it's not going to make me suicidal. It's not going to happen. Absolutely not. I've gotten past that part of it. So, that's the reason her brother thinks that she left. is because after her mother's passing, her baby clock really started ticking. I was 32, she was 30. So she was getting into her 30s. She hadn't had kids yet, obviously, and I told her I wasn't going to give her any. So after her mother died, that baby clock really started kicking in. Now I knew for when we first got together that she said she wanted kids. This is where I go into the part that I say that she lied. That pretty much every relationship I've been in, they've lied to me, and like strongly lied to me. She told me about second or third year. Actually, no, it was early on in the relationship. It was way earlier than that. That she wanted kids. I told her I didn't, and she said that's okay. Having cats will do and that was fine with me because I love cats. I have a cat here. I have the flame furred ball of fury comet. If he was closer, I'd show him to you. You probably saw him in the scene a second ago. But I love cats, so that was no problem. We had 2 cats, and she said that was fine. That'll substitute for kids. I kind of believed her, or I mostly believed her, but I still had my doubts. But nah. And then her mother died, and she was in her 30s or getting into her 30s, and that's got to be what it was. She never said specifically because, like I said, we haven't talked about it. We haven't or anything like that. There was no fight, so we have no idea. So I have no idea for sure, but that's my guess. I've been blabbering so much. You guys have been chatting. Let me catch up on what some of you guys were saying. There's a pizza. I was in 14 heartbreaking relationships before I met my wife. Had I not met her, I'd be in the ground years ago. Well, but I'm here in Houston because I wanted to get away from that situation that I was in up there with the girl I mentioned that who asked me to come up there. But I'm also here to essentially try and be with somebody. I mean, we're not like official, but she said like this to one of her friends: "We're not nothing, we are something, but we're not like official." I know it's vague, but that's the sense of it. Might need to be a relationship. I read that one. Abusiveness. Yeah, I read that one. I moved across states, talked for years prior. After I arrived, all she did was pursue other men. She, however, went the cowardly route. She let me believe we were still a thing when we weren't. Yeah, Xander? That was a thing too. It was actually a thing even after she got with her in her relationship. She and I fooled around while she was in a relationship. Yeah. I was the side piece. I was the side piece. Don't think it would be a lie to make you upset more or less than just not wanting to tell you so it didn't hurt your feelings. What was that? What was that in relation to? Holly? That was a few minutes back, so I don't remember exactly what I was saying at that very moment. Would you stuff dollar bills in my boobs? Well. No, because you're in a relationship for one. But let's just say between you and the lady at that bar that one time, you would be a higher chance of me doing it because yes, I do know you, but of course I would also want to have known you for a little while in person. I'm not going to as soon as I meet you, put one hand in, shake your hand with my right hand, and with my left hand have a dollar bill shoving it in your bra. So I just want to make sure that's clear. Death changes a person. Yeah, I'm aware. Would have been infuriated at that blindside. Oh man, you have no idea. I was infuriated and depressed, and yeah, I should have just at the moment of that blindside. I mean, anger didn't set in till later. It was more of just an absolute surprise, just blazing surprise. It was just it was disbelief. It was surreal and disbelief all at once. and I was sitting. I'd tell you where I was. I was in the living room, facing the kitchen. The kitchen had a bar. Right below the bar was a big chest freezer that we put like our freezer food in. And I had the paper sitting there on the freezer. And I was just like looking at it. I was like staring at the paper. I wasn't really reading it anymore because I already read the message. I was just staring at it, going, this is real. I'm going to now, after 11 years, start coming home to an empty house. Whereas for 11 years, I came home and there was a woman and 2 cats there. And now it's literally just me. And it was for the first time in my life, I was actually alone. Because before that, I was living with my parents. I was living with my parents. My mother died in 2007. And my mom died in 2007, and and Jenna moved in with me at my father's place in late 2007. We moved out later that year, just a few months later. Actually, it was early 2008. We moved out, and so all that time, I have always lived with somebody my entire life up until she left. So it was a combination of being unhappy that relationship that relationship was over and that I was single. I lost my best friend because she and I shared, without exaggeration, literally everything together. Video game, our kid, she's still on my YouTube channel. I have a ton of videos that include her in it, and I'm not going to take them down because that's content, and those are games that I played, and I like the content that was up there. So I'm not keeping those up there because I'm trying to hang on to or any kind of crap like that. They're just there because they're videos, they're content, and to me she was just another person that did videos with me, and I had done videos with other people as well. Same thing as like here streaming here on Twitch and on Facebook, is I've done videos with people that I've done streams with people that I don't stream with anymore. I still do streams with people that I do stream with, like BMO and Holly and so forth. So yeah, that so I get so off topic. Let me see if I can get back on topic. So yeah, it was the shock of losing my best friend and my girlfriend so suddenly, so quickly, and without any prior notice. Like, unlike what would typically probably happen is an argument, and you probably would have a feeling the relationship would end, and then the relationship ends, and it's a little less sudden. I mean, like I said, no conversation, no argument, no nothing, just out the door, gone. So loss of that, being alone, truly alone for the first time in my life, living alone, and coming home to a completely empty house, not even pets. It was just that whole realization was happening to me at the same time I was crying and being sad over the loss of my girlfriend. It was probably one of the strangest feelings I'd ever had, because it was a combination of both sad, shock, surreal, all that at once. So yeah. As far as I know, I'm the end of my bloodline. Yeah, the same thing here. Same thing here. For reasons about wanting kids, my bloodline feels cursed. For me, it's not really a cursed feeling. It's more of to cease a continuation of a trend that's happening in my family, at least on the male side. My father hated his mother. Granted, he had reason to. She apparently was a terrible, terrible woman and threw a beer bottle at him once when he was like 8 years old. So that's pretty much the only example he really gave. But that's good enough for me. I'm on his side with that. So he hates his mother. I hate him. This sounds mean to say, but my mom died in 2007 to cancer. And while this sounds mean to say, I would really rather it had been my dad, my father. I'd rather my father had died than my mom. Because my mom and I got along so much better than he and I did, than my father and I did. He thinks we got along fine, but after he thinks we got along fine because he had brainwashed me. He had manipulated my thoughts from a very young age all the way up to 19 to thinking that he was everything. He was God. He was always right. No matter how wrong he might be in a situation, he will manipulate you and make you think that no matter what he says, it's right, no matter how wrong it was. I used this example before when I used to tell this to my friends. He could hold up a notebook, and he told you this notebook was blue, and it was actually a red notebook. He said, this notebook is blue. He will talk to you, and he will manipulate your thoughts and make you think and make you say that this notebook is blue. And you will believe it. That's what he did. No matter how wrong he was, he would manipulate you and twist your thoughts and twist the facts to make you believe it. Make you say he was right, no matter what. And that's what that's why I didn't realize until I was 19. And then he decided to embarrass me at a hockey game. I used to play hockey when I was in my late teens, early 20s. I was having kind of a bad game. It was just a little bit off step. I was just barely out of reach of the puck every now and then. I wasn't quite right on my game. I was just like always a half step off of where I should be during that game. And he was up in the stands in what was called the crow's nest. It was an overhang that it was back behind the glass, but it looked over the entire rink. That's where he would always stand. And after a play had happened and the play stopped, I was skating. We had scored a goal, and I was skating back to the center ice circle, and I heard him yell at me, "Look at me! I know you can hear me. Get your head in the game." I mean, he just absolutely straight up embarrassed me. I was 19 when this happened, in front of obviously my teammates, everybody that was watching from the stands, which I mean was maybe 20 people, but that's still people. The other team. And the referees. Which one referee came over to me after he did that, like right away, as we skated to the circle, and he goes, this, and by the way, let me just add to this point. This referee was a stranger. I had never seen this referee before. Other referees that had played in the league, we've seen them a few times. They knew me, they knew him, they knew us, and all that stuff. So I knew some of these referees. This particular referee, I didn't. I'd never seen him before. But he obviously knew that was my father because, he was older and I was younger, obviously. He skates over to me and goes, "You need to tell your dad to chill out. You got an assist on that play." This absolute stranger, who doesn't really know me or my father from Adam, told me I need to tell him to chill out. And it was just that point right there that was just so embarrassing. And that was when I realized. My girlfriend at the time helped me remember it as well, helped me realize it as well, that I needed to wake up. That moment helped me wake up and realize he is not the God that he made me think he was. He is not the know-it-all. He is the apex creature, apex predator that he made me think he was. His God complex. He was a shorter guy, so he had a Napoleon complex and he had a God complex. And this God complex went so far as to one time when he was mad at me about something. I can't remember what it was exactly, but he was angry with me about something, and he said to me that my word stands. My word is more important than the law. What I say in this house goes, and it's higher than the law. That's an example of a God complex, everybody. And that's what he had. He had a combination of Napoleon and God complex. Why I believe it's courage. My father is a monster. His father was a good guy. His father's father was a monster. And repeat. Well, here he is. Hey, come here. We were just talking about you. Come here. Oh, come here, big boy. Oh. Repeat. I would be terrified of the possibility of bringing a monster into the world. Oddly, it only affects the males, not the women part of my bloodline. Anything I would have worn my daughters, only not sons. With that thinking, you have a good point. Granted, I would hope that if I was in your shoes and I was dealing with that kind of situation, and a child a child were to come upon me, and if it was a boy, I would just, I would be a better parent than my parent was to me. If like you said, your father is a monster. If you were worried that your kid was going to be a monster, it's. I think a lot of that is based on raising. Is based on their relationship with your father. And if you're always there for your son, you didn't abandon him or make him deal with life on his own. You were always there to teach him, always there to mentor him, always tell him what was right and wrong. You could have kept your potential son, your hypothetical son, from becoming a monster. Especially since you were aware of the possibility, considering the family lineage. You could have been the one to break the cycle. Your son could have been just as good as you are, and you both would have been, you would have broken the cycle of bad guy, good guy, bad guy, good guy. I mean, that's just me throwing out my thoughts. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm not saying that's what would have happened. I'm just throwing that out there. This is the aforementioned flame-furred ball of fury. My little boy, this is Comet. He's I think he's part Maine Coon. He's a medium hair, adorable little guy, falling asleep in my arms. He really is. I think he's asleep. But yeah, he's a big part of the show. He's got his own fans. It was actually one of my viewers that actually called him the Flame-Furred Ball of Fury. I didn't actually come up with that name. That was a nickname that a friend of the show, Summer, came up with. Hi. He's during my time in the place that shall not be mentioned. He is a big reason why I am still here. I got him in August of 2020. And at the time, he would have been 13 weeks old, so I counted that back. And he was born somewhere around May. So I gave him a hypothetical birthday of May 10th, 2020. So his birthday is 5/10/20. So his birthday just passed. He just turned 2 years old, essentially. But during that time and that situation and all that depression that I was dealing with, there were multiple times that it would not have been beyond me to take my own life if I had the resources to do so, if I had the instruments to do so. And I'm not trying to get dark about this or get weird about it or anything. I'm just being honest here. One reason that I didn't take my own life was because I didn't have a way to do so. I didn't have a gun or anything like that. I know there are plenty of ways to do so. I'm not trying to be, I'm not going to get into the specifics of that, but I probably would have just been a gunshot to the head, and I didn't have a gun. So that was one reason why I didn't. But another bigger reason was this guy. I couldn't stand the thought of leaving him alone. I couldn't stand the thought of him, like, even though he wouldn't really understand why, because he's a cat, he wouldn't understand. I couldn't stand the thought of him finding me like that. I couldn't stand the idea of him somehow getting into the get into the room or wherever I was that I was in and finding me in that condition. While it wouldn't have done anything to him, it's not like it would have given him PTSD or scarred him or anything. I couldn't stand the idea of leaving him or letting him find me in that condition. Doesn't matter now. Wife already had 8 kids in her past. My God. Y'all know what causes that, right? Just kidding. While she did want more, she did mention if she had another, it would likely kill her, which honestly just reinforced my desire to have no kids. But now we're past the point of no return. Pregnancy is not possible at our current ages. 37, she's 52. Oh, wow. She's she's the cradle robber. And funny you say that you're 37, Xander. I just turned 37 back in May as well. Or back in May. Earlier this month. Yeah. Yeah. I turned 37 back in May. Back in the beginning of May. So, me and Comet share a birth month. But, yeah, he is... I didn't want to leave him alone. I couldn't stand the thought of him finding me like that. I had a brief scare with him once. Because he... my friend came over one time with her kid. And I gave the kids some M&Ms. And she had a few of them, and then left the little bag on the table. And then they left, and I escorted. I walked them back to their car because I'm a gentleman like that. I walked the girl and her or the woman and her daughter back to their car, and I came back. I found the M&M bag empty because the M&M bag wasn't empty when the little girl put it on the table. I found the M&M bag empty and some of the M&Ms on the floor. Needless to say, a brick went in my shorts because I thought he might have eaten an M&M. And for those of you who might not know this little detail, chocolate and cats don't get along. It is fatal. It is fatal. And for a period of about 24 to 48 hours, Holly can attest to this because she dealt with my panic. She dealt with my distress. I was distressed. I was crying. I was in tears because I thought I was going to lose him. And that would have pushed me over the edge because I had lost so much already being up there in that location, in that situation that I'd mentioned. I had already lost so much. I had lost a number of jobs. I'd lost what I thought was going to be a relationship with a lovely woman. I lost the opportunity to be a stepfather. And so if I had lost him because I didn't pay attention to the fact that there was a bag of chocolate M&Ms on the table, I wouldn't be talking to you right now. I'm very sure I wouldn't be talking to you right now. There would be a headstone somewhere. Again, not trying to be dark, just being completely honest with you. Yeah, I know Comet loves me. Probably would love me more if I put him down. Are you looking at everybody in the stream? Say hi! We have a cat too, rescued him when he was a kitten. Yeah, I didn't rescue this guy. I got him from from like one of those PetSmart pet kind of things. So he was already, vaccinated and taken care of and all that stuff. So he wasn't a rescue. Well, no, I didn't rescue him. I remember the time Devin left a whole bag of Hershey Kisses in his room and Bruno ate them all. Good God, that is amazing. I mean, obviously Bruno's still alive because I've heard him. I've heard him. He's still quite there. Comet is such an important part of the show that he actually has his own commercial. Since you're new here, Xander, I can tell you about this. When I need to take a break from the stream, like just go to the bathroom or whatever, I don't put up a be right back static screen or anything like that. I run a fake commercial that I just made up, and Comet has his own commercial. Would you like to see your commercial? You went down now. Okay, go over there. I'll show. If you let go of me, I'll show you this commercial.
Hi everyone, I'm Comet. You might also know me as
the flame-furred ball of fury.
I have a question for you. Are you a cat owner? Do you want to keep your home protected but don't want to bother with the hassle of a dog? And trust me, they can be quite a hassle. Well then look no further, for I have your solution. With my patented kitten collar accessory, you can make your meat cat's meow shake the walls with a lion's roar. Worried about potential intruders or those pesky neighbors? Fear not, as this easy-to-use, one-of-a-kind device will solve all your problems. presenting Comet's PET, the Pussy Enhancement Tool. Concealed in your favorite feline's collar and far more reliable than any dragon.
What?
Nothing. And I have a special offer. Call in the next 69 minutes and I'll give you a special gift. This Beware of Cat sign at no additional cost. So, enhance your pussy today with Comet's Pussy Enhancement Tool. Not available in stores, so call me out. 555-2-PUSS-UP. Or check out my website at cometspussytools.mu. That's right, cometspussytools.mu.
And there you go. So yeah, Comet is a major part of the Dragon's Lair of the show, and I call it. I try to avoid calling it a stream. I mean, it is a stream, obviously, because this is live. Hey, guess what? This is live. I'm actually talking to you right now, like for real. This isn't pre-recorded unless you're watching this on YouTube. This is totally pre-recorded, but yeah. I try to avoid calling this thing that I do a stream. I like calling it a show, and it's not a. It's really no. It's really more of a. It's really just semantics. It's really just semantics. But from my perspective, a show is different than a stream. A stream is somebody sitting and playing a video game and chatting. That's all. To me, that's a stream. A show is trying to entertain, putting on like things like like those commercials, for example. I would do things like when it's boss time in a game, I play this little clip. Oh, that's the wrong one. Let's go to that one. So yeah, I try to, beyond just playing the game and talking about the game and talking to chat, I try to be entertaining. I try to, be a sort of comedian and make funny jokes and usually naughty jokes. I'll admit I'm a very lowbrow comedian. If you even want to call me a comedian. I make fun of what I'm playing. I make fun of the people in the chat. And I say make fun. I make fun completely in jest. I'm not attacking anybody. I don't say anything that is meant to be malicious, unless you're an asshole to me, and then I'm gonna be an asshole right back. But that's just, that's what I try to do. I try to put on a show, not just sit here and stream, which I feel, at least from my perspective, two different things. I did lose pets when I was younger, but their deaths, Charlie killed by a kid giving him chocolate, Max died of old age. Life hit me harder than I could imagine. My last dog was Puppy, named not what he was. Lost him on my birthday. Oh, damn. Ugh. Yeah, hell of a birthday gift. Hey, guess what? Yeah, I only had a couple of pets die on me, and they weren't cats or dogs. At least I don't remember them being cats or dogs. I've only had I've only had 5 cats my whole life. I mostly refer to my adult life because the cat I had when I was a kid was more of an outside cat, so I didn't really, deal with him that much. But the 2 cats I had with Jenna, and then I had 2 cats when I was 19. That my father made me get rid of, by the way, because it was for my mother's own good. That's another story I won't get into right now. And then I have Comet. So I've had 5 actual cats, and none of them have ever died in my possession. Kilala, which was one of the cats that I had with Jenna, she told me about passed away after she'd moved out. So we did communicate a little bit. We mostly talked about that. She passed away, but that was after she'd already left, so it wasn't anything that I really had to deal with. Other than just the sadness of a cat that I love passing away. So I've never had a pet die on me like a cat or dog, but I had 2 hamsters die on me when I was a kid. The female hamster I had died because she gave. I guess the birthing she was apparently pregnant. We didn't even know. The birthing process killed her. But she was having like a big old litter, and all the litters died, and so did she. And then I had a hedgehog when I was in my early teens. Of course, named him Sonic because I was in love with Sonic at the time. And the hedgehogs only lived for a couple of years, so he passed away. So I never really had to deal with a passing of a pet, besides like those hamsters and Sonic. When someone calls me an asshole, I respond, tell me something I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not a clean streamer. I'm not a family friendly streamer. I am I don't want to say I'm controversial, but I do say things that are out of the norm. My views on things are usually skewed and different. I'll just say different. People tend to. It's probably part of the reason why I don't have very many friends. Is for the most part, those thoughts are shocking to people and repelling to people. Case in point, my view on women. Pretty much any other guy that has a woman offer to stuff dollar bills in her bra and lets you voluntarily touch her boob would be like, I'm gonna get laid tonight. I was repelled by that woman. Again, not because she was overweight and unattractive to me. Like I said, if she was some buxom blonde with double D tits, I still wouldn't have done it. I still wouldn't have done anything. I mean, I wouldn't have. I just wouldn't have. I see women I hold them to a higher standard than, or let me say, I hold them to a certain standard. And this isn't being misogynistic. This isn't me being sexist or anything. It's more of just, let me be blunt. Let me be blunt. If you if you sell your body, if you get money for sex or sexual activities, you're a whore to me. That includes literal whores like prostitutes. That goes for strippers. That goes for women on OnlyFans that do nude photos or videos, whatever. And then the rest goes from there. That level climbs up more and more. That's just that. When you go from OnlyFans, from there you go into the real big, the worst stuff. I don't have to mention it. Everybody knows what I'm talking about. But that's my honest opinion. And I don't want to deal with you if you're a whore. If you let a stranger cop a feel on your tits or shove dollar bills in your bra, a stranger, someone you've never met, you're a whore. And that's just my personal opinion. And I want to have nothing to do with you. And that's just me. I'm not saying that's a standard. I'm not saying that's anybody else should live by those thoughts, those feelings, or should live their life that way. That's just me. That's all. I rescued him from an abusive owner when I was 4. Oh God, don't get me started on abusive pet owners. Owner did things to him that would enrage anyone, even if they didn't like dogs. He went on my 16th. Yeah. I mean, when I lived in Dallas, there was a number of stories I would hear all the time, and there was a local radio show in Dallas that supported a pet shelter, and they would call in like weekly with with what pets are up for adoption and stuff, and they would have a number of horror stories related to their adoption and how they ended up in the adoption center and stuff like that. And cops wanted to kill him. Oh, Jesus. Let me guess, he was an aggressive breed dog. But there was this one time. Kill the owner. Sweet. They should have. There was this one time. A friend of mine got a computer from another friend, somebody I didn't know, And she wanted me to check out the computer because she had said, the guy had said, yeah, I know, third person story and all that stuff. But she had told me the guy that gave her the computer or sold her the computer, whatever, had some games on there, and if I could get them off the computer, then I could have them. But she wanted me to check out the computer, see if it was working and everything, and all that. At prison time, nice. So she wanted me to check out the computer, make sure, clean off any software that doesn't need to be on there, make sure it's running good, all that other good stuff. Stop what? Well, I was going through this computer. Hashtag Meets Dragon. Guess what? You're in my realm. You're in my lair now, Holly. Don't forget that. So I was going through this computer, and I had found, some games, and I downloaded them, or put them on like a flash drive to take to my computer. I found some videos of just like random weird stuff, just, kids doing stupid stuff, like skateboarding up a ramp, or just doing, it was really stupid, like things you'd see on like TikTok, YouTube, of like the stupid people doing stupid things. You know where I'm going with this. This is bad. One thing I didn't tell you, I don't think I told you about this, Holly. One thing I found was and I grossed out to even have to say this. You know what? I don't even want to, because it was just so bad. I just can't. I can't even just talk about that one, because that's. I mean, that while I care about animals more, that the story of that one thing that I'm talking about was much worse. I don't even want to mention it, so I'm gonna just let that go. Let's just say it was a bad thing, and we're just gonna leave it at that. I know, very vague, and I'm sorry for teasing you that way. I don't mean to. But I found a video of a cat. These were two boys. I would say they were between 10 to 12 years of age. They looked they were pre-teenager. And they were petting this little tabby cat, little gray tabby. It had the other video I was talking about had to deal with, well, one particular human, a young human, and I'm going to stop there. I'll let you I'll let you enjoy the rest of that story on your own. Enjoy was the wrong word. But anyway, these two boys, and they had this cat. They were petting this cat, and they were playing with the cat, and it was like, okay, this is really odd to see these two kids just petting this cat. I mean, it was a fine video. It was a fine video compared to everything else, because everything else was just really weird and odd, and then there was that other that kid video. It was really contemplate the horror. That's a good way to put it. It was really just unusually calm, considering the rest of the videos that I had found on that computer. And so there was a long video. I think it was like an hour long or something. It was something stupid long. So I started skipping ahead, trying to figure out what I was looking at. Next thing I skip ahead to is the cat is in a little wire cage, and they were pouring this 2-liter bottle of a clear liquid on the cage and on the cat. And I was like, well, that's kind of mean. Pouring water on a cat, he can't get away. It was funny to me, but mean. I mean, there's a difference between mean and cruel. To me, that was just mean. Just pouring water on a cat, that's just mean. Pisses them off, that's all. Doesn't hurt them at all. So I'm like, okay, that's funny. Mean, but funny. So I skipped ahead a little bit further. And when I skipped ahead, this cage was on fire. Like ablaze. Horribly ablaze. And I went, no. What's happening is not what's actually happening, right? There's no way. So I went back. I backed up just to make sure. I went back and I thought, here's what's going to happen. It's a trick. They're going to see the cat in the cage. There's going to be a jump cut, and then suddenly the cage is going to be on fire, and the cat's not in it. Obviously, they're going to take it out, make it look like the cat's on fire, right? I was wrong. Horribly wrong. Almost like it was on cue when I skipped backwards to find that out. Hope I was right. It was on cue. They threw a match, and the cage with said tabby cat was ablaze. I could not see the cat through the flames. I I wish I'd stopped the video there. But I skipped ahead a little further and saw the charred remains of the cat. And that's where I stopped. I couldn't go any further. I don't know what the rest of the video was. I don't know if that cat somehow survived being in those flames. I pray. I'm not a praying man, but whatever deity will listen, I pray that cat died quickly, as quick as possible, so as not to be laying there with charred skin. The vision of that cat is burned into my mind. And at the time, I was, I actually remember who this computer was. It was Jenna's mother's computer. I remember now. Because after I saw that video, I got up immediately from the chair and went to my girlfriend, went to Jenna, and said, "Come here." I took her hand and we went to the bedroom where our cats were, and we had like a big two-person, two-cat group hug. And I just sit there and held them. I held all three of them. Because all I could think of was that cat could have been one of them. Could have been Shade or Kilala. I admit I've lived a sheltered life. So I didn't go to war. I didn't go overseas or anything like that. I didn't have to go. I didn't really. While I lived in a bad part of town, it's not like I was living out in the streets and getting shot at all the time. Or I've never seen anything bad in my life. Like truly, like horrible PTSD-inducing badness. That cat video was the worst thing I had seen in my life, and to this point, still is. I've managed to hold back the tears at this moment, but it's really, really difficult to do. I apologize if talking about that video disturbs anybody in the chat. I don't mean to be that way. I don't mean to disturb you like that. And I'm sorry if you have a visual or you visualize that whole thing. If that bothers you, I very much apologize. But sometimes as much as I hate the fact that I've seen that, and I hate telling the story, I sometimes feel I have to. I don't know why I feel I have to, but sometimes I feel I have to. I can't explain why, but I just feel that I do. I have to sometimes talk about it. Now, it's been a long time since I have. It's easily been more than a year since I've actually talked about it. I've never talked about it on stream or in a video. At least I don't think I have. But, yeah. So, yeah. Let me see if I can sack up here and, yeah. I've seen the Abyss and know people can be horrific monsters. Yeah. That was, I've, especially after I turned 19 and I would hear, I dealt with my father, and then I'd, hear all these stories about bad people doing bad things, like fighting sideways and injustices in the world and all that. And the more I heard, the more I'd be like, this planet is terrible. These people suck. I hate humanity. I hate people. At that moment, that video made me hit an all-time low in my faith in humanity, so to speak, as the cliche goes. And I know that what I saw wasn't again, wasn't the worst thing that could ever be seen. There is much worse things that I probably couldn't even, like, make up. I couldn't even pretend to make up. But that's the worst thing I think I've ever seen in my life. I showed it to Jenna's mother, and well, okay. I showed it. I pulled up the video and then I left the room. I didn't want to see it again. And she watched a little bit of it. All I know is when after I left the room, she was in it. She followed me out like within 5 seconds, 5 to 10 seconds, and she says, "We need to call the police." So we call a non-emergency number. An off-duty officer showed up, or not off-duty officer, an officer showed up, and he went in and looked at the video. Came out a little bit later and said that there's nothing he could do. There was no evidence or anything that it was, like he couldn't. It's not like he could tell if it was local or not. In fact, he knew it was. He was sure it wasn't local because he said the boys were speaking in German. So obviously there was nothing he could do, but just felt that it, at least a police officer had seen it, just in case on the off chance he was able to identify something. Yeah, that's where that went. So yeah, we used LimeWire in the past, saw videos of murder disguised as movies. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the cat video and that other video that I refused to mention came off of something like that. Came off of something like LimeWire, Kazaa, one of those peer-to-peer sharing things. But yeah. We're going to step away from that now. And Holly, I apologize that I didn't mention this 6 minutes ago when you did it, but thank you so much for subscribing with your Prime subscription. That was your 5-month subscription. You're currently on a 1-month streak. 1-month streak? Is that a thing? What does that mean? But regardless, thank you for subbing thank you for subbing. Greatly appreciated. We're now up to 7 subs. And with that, let me go ahead and go back to live here, and I can adjust that thing here. Give me a sec. Let's update our sub goal now. We hit our sub goal of 5 for May. So we're going to bump it up to, let's go to 8. I would do 10, but 10's probably too ambitious, so we'll go to 8. But so thank you all very much. We started off with 3. We started off with 3 for May. We're now up to 5. Thank you very much to everybody, including Holly, for hitting that number 5. Greatly appreciate it. Greatly appreciate it. Came from the dark web. I don't know. I guess. A long time ago, I did use things like LimeWire and Kazaa, but I didn't use it very long because it wasn't reliable stuff. Like you said, there always a danger of viruses or whatever, and it was I would find something that I wanted to download, like maybe like I don't know, anything, and it would like get like 2% in and then stop. Or we get like 90% stop, whatever it was, and it was just like, okay, this isn't worth the time. I think I may have used like one of those or maybe both of those for like maybe 5 minutes, 10 minutes, whatever. And I don't think I ever was able to successfully download anything because it never finished. So I was like, whatever, whatever the hype is about this peer-to-peer stuff, I don't care about. So I never used it after that. Well, it is 11:50 my time. I should probably wrap it up. I know we didn't get very much into the RPG at all. I know it's still sitting here. I do intend to do more of this. We'll probably work on it more tomorrow, barring whether or not I feel like actually working on or maybe playing something. Usually it's going to depend on sometimes if I have friends that want to play something. Like Shannon or Bimo or even Holly, whatever. Usually play some Destiny with them or something like that. So unless somebody wants to like say, hey, I really want to play something with you, we'll probably jump more into this tomorrow and play some more of this. Oh, you're in New Mexico. Okay, so you're probably still in Central Time. So you're at the same time I am. Like I said, I've said before, I'm in Houston. I'm in Texas. So we're under Central Time. So anytime I talk about time, I'm talking about U.S. Central Time. Just so anybody out there knows. Wherever you are in the world, if I tell you what time it is, I'm talking about U.S. Central Time. So I stream Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday nights, anywhere between 7 to 8 p.m. U.S. Central Time. So I'll be here. I stream a variety of games. You can check out all my links in the link that Stardust will put in the chat right now. There it is. And we're going to go ahead and raid somebody real quick. So it's time for a dragon raid. Let's see. I don't have really anybody on that I really want to raid. Holly, can you? Oh, you got. Okay, all right. You got that one. Let's see who that is. What's that all about? All right. 7 Days to Die, huh? Okay. All right. We'll go say hi to Swoop, whatever. That person. Let's go say hi to him. As always, a special appreciation goes out to the men and women of the United States military, both at home and overseas, as well as police officers and firefighters across the country. Thank you for your service and sacrifice. You're all true heroes. Like I said, let him know that the Crimson Dragon sent you with a hashtag Dragon Raid, and I will see you all tomorrow for, if not some more RPG Maker, something. Either way, I will see you all tomorrow. Until then, don't forget to check out my links, and I'll see you all later.